Okay, well, here we are. Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to another edition of Smudcast. This is number 500. We're not covering anything in particular, but we have all kinds of people coming on board talking about gaming and other things with media. So there's science fiction we've got going. We've got some anime. We're going to mix it up. So it's not just going to be gaming, gaming, gaming. We're going to have some gaming talk, then some anime talk, then some sci-fi talk, then back to gaming. Who knows? It's going to be wild. I don't know how long it's going to take. It could go on longer than expected. I don't know. But I thought we'd start it off with one of the biggest games topics, not just games, but topics of the year, and that is Elden Ring. When it came out, was it two months ago at least? Yeah, it must have been two.
25th of February.
Yeah, more than okay. So yeah, I know it's just been constantly talked about on Reddit. There's videos with millions of views. So here we go with Crazy Philosopher and Otaku Sage. In case you guys don't know, Crazy Philosopher has not only beaten the game, he has written a review about it, and it took him quite some time. So I do appreciate that.
Yeah, it came out a bit longer than 4,000 words.
Oh, wow.
Good Lord,
Okay.
nice.
All right, so in the background, I'm just going to play. This is just a bunch of favorite clips from Reddit. There's no music, so if you guys want to turn your volume off for the video, or it's easier for you to talk. Let's just make it easier. So if you want to pause it, it's up to you. But just as a little inspiration, you guys can start talking. What is the big deal with Elden Ring? Because I've talked to people about it with people who've come on before on Smud Talk. I know Crazy Philosopher was part of that. He was having a great time.
Yeah.
What is the big deal about this game? Why do you think it's so good? And will it get Game of the Year?
I'd say. Do you want to go first, Crazy?
No, well, I've already talked about the game, so I think I'll give you the first.
Well, I think it goes to the. It just goes back to Miyazaki being just an amazing director for video games in general. His way of telling a story is like you want to dig into the lore deeper and stuff, and it makes you want to like learn about the craziness of this intricate world. And having George R.R. Martin on there was also a really good call because I think he did a good job with some of the writing as well. But the gameplay is like Souls, but it feels like it's more refined. Like it's been put down, like it's been tested, and it feels like it's been like fixed to the point where it's just feels so good to play. And obviously the challenge is always a big draw to the Souls games, so that's a bit of a no-brainer.
Okay, so it sounds like this is like the culmination of like From Software's studio as a whole. Just like we're doing the best version of the same game we've always made, but we've got all these experience under our belt. We're making a more refined experience. We're adding I guess you could say open world. It is pretty much open world outside
Yeah,
of
it is.
the giant
Yeah.
the giant levels that were in Dark Souls 3, I guess. So it's like, okay, this is the next step in technology. We're not doing anything special. We're just making it bigger. And
The way I just sorry.
yeah, just bigger and better in what we've already done.
The way I describe it is it's the best part of all the Soulsborne games. Like even Sekiro, it's got some Sekiro elements in it, like jumping over attacks. For example, you can jump over the tree sentinels attack there. You can jump over that, but it's like the best elements of each and every single game that they've made in the past like 10 plus years just mashed together into one game. I love it so much.
But the one thing that I would say that is definitely special about this one is that they managed to translate the level design, which From Software is absolutely excellent at, into an open world. So for me, it's like the open world isn't particularly interesting because there's a lot of towns or anything, but it's just the geography, just moving around in it is interesting. And seeing what you can find. It's just like there are nooks and crannies, and suddenly you're like, oh, is there something over there? And then completely hidden between certain things, there's another dungeon. You're like, oh, that's neat.
Yeah, like it's so much fun to just explore, like just like going around and exploring every little area, like each and every dungeon. Like you want to, like I didn't like there are some methods to get through dungeons I never would have thought of trying, but I see them online. And I'm like, I never would have thought of that. But that's amazing. Like Gelmir Hero's Grave, you can either do the dungeon legitimately, or you just run through the lava and chug your flask before you die, and you can just run past through that.
One thing I also say is just they definitely took the formula and added some really cool stuff, like the guard counter and other moves, like the jumping attacks and everything. They add quite a lot to it. And one thing that I find especially cool is the jumping itself completely changed what they could do with the more intricate levels, the dungeons. So the legacy dungeons that are like the Dark Souls areas, where you just they could make them so complex and interesting that you can explore them for hours and find new stuff, because you're like suddenly looking over a ledge that you didn't think to look over before and go like, could I jump down there? And then you can, and then you find a whole nother section of the level and you're like, oh crap, I didn't even find this before.
It does kind of remind me of looking at older games that have a double jump feature, like in Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and then seeing other similar, not necessarily the same style, like Devil May Cry or other games like that, having the double jump feature and making level design be more acrobatic, having the option to swing from chandeliers or other ideas that you've seen from 20 years ago or whatever. And now it's like, hey, let's give it to our horse. How would that work? Like, how would a horse double? Like, it makes no sense. But you actually try it. Like, look at this guy on this crazy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like crazy platforming you can do with Torrent. I love it.
Yeah,
it's a spirit horse, so it can double jump.
Yeah, why not?
And dead.
Poor guy. Oh, he just fell. Anyway,
F.
So platforming is big in an open world concept. Dungeons are hugely part of it. There's obviously the linear element of defeating you have to defeat the bosses in order, I think? You have to
No.
Oh, you can go anywhere?
No.
Oh.
You have to do some bosses in some order. So you have to, I think if I remember correctly, you have to do 3 requirements to enter the capital, like one of the very, very big dungeons that's very story relevant and that you have to do. And you have to defeat 2 main bosses. You have access to 3 basically immediately. And you have to defeat 2 of them, get the runes, and talk to an NPC in the social hub, quote-unquote social hub. It's not an online social hub, but it's a hub where some of the NPCs go and where basically the smith is and everything, and you have to talk to someone there. But apart from that, and then after that, you have to defeat certain bosses for sure. And then you have to defeat 1 to get access to the end game. But apart from that, you are not locked into a specific order. Okay. So it's very...
Yeah, here's another part people were talking about on Twitter a few weeks ago about hitting the wall like 50 times or so. There's always...
It's a presumed glitch, this one, because it seems like they forgot to make it a normal wall, and so instead they just gave it a massive health pool. So it's basically a wall with a health pool of like 9,099 something.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I showed my friend that, and he was like, "But why though?"
And why would you do that exactly? Why would you smack a wall that many times?
Well,
I don't know.
Oh god, the vulgar militia. Those guys are like the bane of my existence. The little tiny guys, that's what they're called. The vulgar militia. They're annoying. They hit like a truck.
They do.
Wow, these guys he just rolled into a table and the table was shattered like paper.
Yeah, that's a common thing in Souls games. It's just like
from games, yeah.
And also one thing they have is like, at least in the From games directed by Miyazaki, the enemies have the ragdoll physics after you kill them, most of them. And the reason why they do that is, in an interview, Miyazaki said, well, because it's just funny. So that's why we have it in there.
He's a very simple man sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. This is a mod. Is this a mod or is this just character?
No, that's an ability you can get.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because there's goats that will roll like Sonic.
Yes, there are goats that will roll at you like that.
And you can get the
And then you
ability
can
and
get that ability and roll against everything.
The JoJo brothers invaded the world. What's happening here?
I saw this one person. They made Dio from JoJo, and they basically literally just used the mimic as a stand, and I couldn't breathe. I was laughing so hard.
One thing I have to say that I find also very cool, me being a mythology buff, is that they intended this to be a mythological world. And that's one of the reasons why they got George R. R. Martin to write this really cool mythology for this world. And at least to me, it comes across much better than in previous games. They did make it quite. They did make it quite a bit clear. The characters seem to be more fleshed out, and they seem to be more willing to actually tell you the story because there is more of a story. However, they still like to keep a lot of it hidden, but there's more to find, so to speak, which I really enjoy.
Well, it seems the gameplay and the story go hand in hand. It's not just this giant expo dump. You'll encounter a character that will tell you something about the world, but ultimately it's all real time. You could run away, do your own thing, and go on to the next.
I mean, and Miyazaki himself in an interview said that the plot of the game is literally the gameplay. So you can imagine it like this. It's like a myth. You're the nobody that comes into this world and starts fighting gods. And that's basically the story of the game. It's the story of your character, the myth of you, the David, fighting against Goliath after Goliath, and somehow succeeding.
These guys are doing Skyrim.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's good.
Rod's breath.
Yeah, I think that's I think I can't remember how you pronounce that dragon's name. It starts with an E. I call it Ezekiel because it's easy for me to say. But that breath attack is like really good against certain bosses. Like you use it against Radon, and he just dies. It's so good.
Yeah, he is super weak to rot.
Yeah, I wish I'd known that when I was bashing my head against the wall trying to take him out with my melee build, because I could have I had enough to cast a rot breath spell. I just didn't know that he was weak to it, and I'm like, that would have made that a lot easier.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite enemies because of what's about to happen. These enemies can teleport.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yep.
Crack. Oh.
That one actually happened to me and I freaked out.
That's so good, dude.
The one thing though that I just reminded of that one thing I actually think where I would critique From Software a bit is that while a lot of the animations are great, and it is made up a bit by the amount of content that is there. They do reuse a lot of animations.
They do.
And one thing that personally just slightly annoys me is just like an extreme nitpick. It doesn't affect gameplay or anything at all. It's just ever since the Demon Souls, it's been the case that they, at least if I understand it correctly, they use the same rig for the female and the male character model. So the animations are all the same and everything, and because of it being the same rig, the basically physique of the female characters look a bit odd.
Yeah, they really like. That's my main criticism. Is they reuse a lot of the same animations from even Dark Souls 3.
Well, they have been the door opening animation is there since Demon Souls.
Yeah, like that's my main criticism. I wish they kind of made some new animations, but other than that, it's the game's okay. It's easily my game of the year, and I hope it wins game of the year from a lot of other places because it's just perfection in my opinion.
What the?
Yeah, to me that there are some other things. There are some very strange hitboxes.
Yeah, like I know that Malekith's hitboxes
Yeah.
are a little weird.
there's basically when Malekith is a boss that can shoot off like projectiles with his sword, and for some reason the hitboxes of those projectiles are way bigger than the projectiles themselves.
Yeah, that's.
So it's almost like them having invisible hitboxes.
I got killed like quite a few times because of that.
Well, I do know that one of the we talked about Milena before, but she's one of the not the hardest boss, but one of the most annoying bosses because of her attack patterns and the ability to heal. Was there a particular boss that you found was like, this is too much, or I got to take a break or read a guide or go see how someone else is doing it, or did you just kept grinding? Like, what was your strategy?
For me, the one that was basically the one that made me hit a wall before the final boss was the fire giant, because I couldn't tell when he was gonna do his. He has a roll animation, and he just there's no like tell for it. He just does it basically, and I had to. I was like, okay, I need to like look at this and study every little bit of it before I do this, and I eventually got him, but it took me like probably like 3 hours to figure it out.
Thing with me is on first playthroughs of these games, I am a bit impatient when it comes to bosses. So I will never look anything up, but I'm quick to get some help. However, on consequent playthroughs like the one I'm doing right now, I have infinite patience with the bosses, and I even enjoy dying for hours because I'm like, oh, okay, now I know that, let's try this. Like just recently on the run I did, I think yesterday I played like 3-4 hours just one boss, Loretta, of the Knight of Halictree, because I was just like, let's just learn this boss. Let's just learn to do it.
Yeah, Loretta was pretty easy for me.
Yeah, well, I had to adjust a bit, but for me, it's also just about learning the attack pattern. So sometimes I'm like, well, let's just die here so I can learn some more.
Now, the builds that you can make are all based off optimizing a certain stat or something like that. So is it like, hey, I want to try this sort of build, but I should restart the game? Is that ever like said to yourself, yeah, I should probably just make a mage build, so I have to start with the best mage class, or you just keep going and keep cranking up one of your other stats to complement that?
There are certain different ways that you can also make builds around specific weapons and adjust your stats for that. The thing is there's a respec option.
Yeah.
And also while certain builds, as a certain starting classes give you a heads up, so to speak, they give you a bit of a boost at the start, it's absolutely not necessary to choose a specific class for a specific build you want to do. So you can make any character out of any starting class. However, if you, for example, like the thing I did this time is I really wanted to do a faith build, and I just kind of wanted to make it quote-unquote sense with my character background, I chose a faith-based background. So you kind of have this kind of, headcanon for your character, so it fits with the faith build that it's already a faith-based character, so to speak.
Oh my. Oh.
Yeah, the enemy that was running around on all fours like a dog, that was Malekith, by the way.
Yeah. Well, also the thing is, like some people will start the game anew for a new build. I'm the kind of person who does that because I just enjoy starting new. But I will also always have a save file with a shit tons of hours on it to just sometimes test out things if I'm just curious how it works. But then again, as I said, there's a respec option. So if you're not happy at a certain point in the game, so you'll first have to get there. But once you realize, oh, this doesn't work at all for me, or I'm not happy with this build anymore, you can go respec.
Yeah, my best friend, he started off with like a spellcasting build, and he said, I want to try something different. So he respec'd, and he made it from a spellcasting build to a blood build where you're gonna do a lot of bleed damage. and he loves that, and it melts a lot of the bosses. It's
Yeah, except for the ones that don't bleed.
Yeah, the ones that resist are kind of tough, but he still beats them. He still beats them, so that's pretty. He can do it. He just got good, I guess.
So this
Yeah.
boss looks like it's like a bullet sponge, not bullet sponge, but a bullet hell, sort of. He's just shooting all these things at you.
Yeah, it can
It
teleport.
has that aspect. Yeah, he can
Yeah.
teleport and do a very nasty grab attack.
Yeah, that thing will
What?
like one shot you if you're not careful.
Oh, that sucked. Shit.
It's if you manage to defeat the very first boss you encounter, they reward you by killing you.
Oh.
Yep.
Because they intended you to die there, but if the boss wasn't hard enough, they were like, well, guess you die.
Guess I'll die.
So it seems like this is the way that this studio makes games. They have the gameplay either tell the story or have the audience make up the story as they go along. And
Well,
A lot of it's
You
up to
could-
interpretation as well.
you could imagine it this way. If you suddenly found yourself in the world of Lord of the Rings, how do you figure out what world it is, what thing is everything? Just imagine you could read the language and everything. You would basically talk to people, figure stuff out where you find them, read books. It's kind of that way. So it's just they drop you in a world you know nothing about, and they give you very basics. Basically, oh, you're there for that reason. For some people, the opening cutscene doesn't give enough context. For me, it's more than enough. But yeah, it's basically that way. They give you context, and they give you enough of a red thread to follow. If you then talk to everything on that quote-unquote given path, it's not forced on you or not incredibly intrusive, that path. You just see a faint golden line from the place you can rest. So if you follow that path and talk to NPCs on your path and read the items you can find, you can figure everything out that you need. But then if it really interests you, you can just start searching the entire world for everything you can find and then read all the item descriptions and find some really cool infos and hints and speculations.
Oh, by the way, Smud, the boss that I find around that's Radon I was talking about. His name is Starscourge Radon. First of all, that name is amazing, and second of all, there's lore behind why his horse is so tiny and why he uses gravity magic. The lore is he uses gravity magic because he loves his horse so much he doesn't want to crush it with his sheer weight.
Yeah, he had this horse since he was very small. But he grew so big that it was way too heavy for the horse, so he learned gravity magic so he could still ride his horse without killing it.
It's all these death traps and dungeons and ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that
These
that
ones are
dungeon-
nasty.
Yeah, that dungeon gave me a bit of a headache until I figured out that you could just run through the lava and just health gate through it. And I'm like, I don't care if this is cheap, I'm doing it.
Yeah, fuck those things.
But the one of those dungeons you can get some you know the first big boss that the people were having trouble with, Smud, the tree sentinel.
Right.
Well, you can actually get his armor from one of those dungeons if you complete it.
Oh, really? All those
Yeah,
rags?
right.
Those crazy looking rags that he wears?
Yeah.
No, it's just it's the big golden knight
Yeah.
on a horse.
Oh.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, you can just get that big armor set, and it's very, very good armor.
So this is like a compilation of everyone just dying or jumping off a cliff.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you can jump off the cliff. Sometimes you even have to get certain items or anything.
Well, I do like the design of the weapons and armor. They seem to be all culturally like unique. Like you have like Japanese samurai armor, and you have, of course, medieval style and weird looking. I don't know, shamanistic furs and axes and clubs and
Yeah.
it's,
They do put an incredible amount of effort to make stuff fitting. Like the samurai armor in the in-game world, it's they come from the land of reeds, basically. Well, Japan, but you can find several cool samurai armors. And the one thing I really appreciate about From Software's design is they keep it. It looks good. It's quote-unquote flashy, but not in the sense of Final Fantasy kind of flashy. It is very dark fantasy, very how should I say this?
Well,
it's like something that could be real.
Oh.
Well, that and it is heavily inspired by Berserk. Like,
Yeah,
Miyazaki is a huge Berserk fan. Like, you can get Guts' sword Dragon Slayer in the game. It's called the Great Sword in the game.
Yeah, it's in all the games.
Yep.
But also the some areas, just the kind of design of things. It is so heavily inspired by Berserk. Like, I mean, Dark Souls has always been quite heavily inspired by Berserk, and even some enemy designs are almost lifted, basically look for look from Berserk.
The Beast of Darkness makes a little bit of a cameo in Bloodborne. You can find it as a boss.
Yeah.
Also, this dragon is that thing was tough, and it took me probably about 2 hours. But God, that was satisfying.
He has a stupid amount of health.
Yeah,
so this guy here is using a buffed sorcery. So
yeah, but with my melee build, he would just cross map me with a lightning beam, and I was like, oh crap.
Wow, that was easy.
If you figure it out, if you build your character to a certain degree, you're just like, well, let me just hit the delete button quickly.
Yeah, sorcery in this game is like hella strong.
It always is. It's all their games sorcery strong. There are some, against some bosses and some stuff, it can be really hard.
Like, especially Radagon, the final boss, he's a bit of he resists like almost everything except for like a few things, and that's about it.
Yeah.
So the replay value of this game is more or less, I'm going to try a different build, I'm going to try different armor and equipment and
quest lines too, sorry.
Well, quest lines, because they are easily missable. The thing is, what I would call it is it's extremely organic quest design, as you meet a character and they tell you a bit about themselves and everything, and then sometimes they ask you to do something, but you have to find them again later on. So it really is like you are a wanderer and those are wanderers too, and you just happen to come across them several times. Or there's this one instance where the one character tells you, could you give this dagger back to his rightful owner? And you're like, okay. You read the description, you're like, that sounds like something familiar, and then another time you talk to a character and he's like, oh, I know this dagger, and you're like, alright, and then, can you give it to me? And you give it to him, and then later on you find him dead. So killed with the dagger, and you're like, oh crap, I was played.
There's a lot of... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
That's one thing actually really... It is quote-unquote frustrating in the sense that the game doesn't tell you a lot, but that's exactly the thing I like. It's just, it made me feel like, oh, I did something. What is happening here? What? Was I played? This character tricked me? Stuff like that. And I think a lot of games, they don't manage to do that in such an organic way.
Yeah,
like it's just in a cutscene and you go like, aha, I tricked you, and like, yeah, I saw that coming. But in this game, it's just like, what happened? What? Huh? And then you figure out, and you're like, oh, I was tricked.
Or most games, it's like, hey, you gotta go over this way. It's like, no, you gotta actually listen to what they're saying and pay attention to where you need to go. Like, yeah, they give you a vague idea of where to go with the.
Well, and sometimes they do give you map markers.
Yeah, you do get like for the assassination quests or the jobs you can do for the manor, but other than that, like it's just like you gotta go this way in this vague direction, figure it out, and that's what I love about these games. You just there's no like marker on the screen. It's like there are in this one a little bit, but no, there's like figure it out.
It just very much reminds me of the Grandmaster in ninjutsu. If you go training with him, he'll show you a technique that you're supposed to imitate, but he himself is so old that half of the time he can't repeat the technique because it's just based on reflex. And so once he's done, he just looks at his students and goes like, "Hi, play." So yes, now play. Kind of reminds you of that. The game just throws you in and says, "Well, have fun. You can figure it yourself from there." And I find that while From Software always does it, it's just so refreshing. Right beforehand I played Forbidden West and something else, and to me it's just like I always knew where to go. I was never lost. The reason why I got lost is because I intentionally went off the beaten path. I intentionally wanted to explore the world. And that's what I always do with these big budget open world games. I just like, okay, fuck the story, I'm gonna explore the world. And in this game it's just like, well, you cannot do anything apart from exploring the world, and it just feels so much, how should I say this, more, it's like a breath of fresh air, like, I'm supposed to do what I like to do instead of let me ignore what I'm supposed to do and do what I want to do.
Yeah, I was playing Dying Light 2 before I got just something to tide me over before I get Elden Ring, and you rarely get lost in Dying Light. Like if you get lost, it's because you're not paying attention to the map marker. But it's a fun game, but it did not do itself any favors by coming out the same month as Elden Ring in terms of sales.
Well, a lot of games didn't do themselves a favor.
Yeah, pretty much, dude. But yeah, Dying Light 2 was like, it's a really, like, I would recommend playing it. It's good, but Elden Ring just the exploration is just so much fun in that game.
The one thing I just find From Software does so well is a thing that to me has basically almost gone extinct in almost everything in modern culture and pop culture, and it's delayed gratification.
Yes.
Exactly, you have to work for your reward, and part of the reward is the work you put in. Part of the reason why it's so satisfying to defeat a boss is because you had to work for it.
You have to struggle.
Yeah. And to me, that's such a rare thing, and I absolutely adore it. And then when I see that one of the most popular mods on Nexus mod is easy mode, I'm a bit sad.
That's a sin against nature to play like that.
I mean, yeah, the intention behind the games, and Miyazaki has said that times and times again. That the reason why they design the games the way they do is because they want to give you the satisfaction of winning against impossible odds, or seemingly impossible odds.
They want you to they want you to be proud that you beat this boss. I've beaten every boss in the game, and I'm so happy I did it.
Well, does that include all the dungeon bosses?
Yes, all the dungeon bosses too, man. I did them all.
Okay, I haven't even done all the dungeons, I think.
I have a lot of free time, so.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it's just like, so it's like I need to go back and play it some more now, because if pretty soon I'll have every achievement in the game. This will be the first one I ever 100%.
I 100% it's Sekiro.
Wait, is this girl playing with a
yes?
Yep,
a dance pad?
Is.
DDR pad.
She is.
In this,
I mean, there's a guy who fucked his first playthrough. He used bananas hooked up with wires as a controller. As his first playthrough of Elden Ring. And he's just like, why though?
Yeah, that attack right there that he did with the katana. That's such a good attack for that boss, because it bleeds super quick, and it's just so good.
Yeah, but respect for doing it with the dance.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
amazing.
Yeah, I've never seen that. Wow.
I've seen people do it like a Donkey Kong Wii drum pad before, except that was Dark Souls 3. But
Lobos Jr., who does an insane amount of challenge runs with these games, a fan of his programmed an interface that translates sound frequencies, so music frequencies, into button inputs, So he hooked up his electric guitar to his PC and played Dark Souls 1 that way. That was a fun playthrough to watch.
I was watching him do the Wretch level 1 run, and I was like, man, God bless him for it, because there's no way I could do that.
Yeah, he does a lot of fun stuff.
Yeah, he does. I just respect him. He is very good at this. Yeah, Smud. If you're not familiar with the Wretch is basically just a character you get. It literally says "naked as the day you were born," but all you get is a club, and you get no stat points. You get nothing.
Is he a picture frame? What's that?
Yep. Yeah, it's an item. He was so startled he quit the game.
He's like, oh, I'm out.
No, it's an item you find pretty early on that when you use it, you are disguised as a random item in the level. And so you can use it for invasion and everything, or when somebody invades you, you can just kind of play a game that way, so you can hide yourself as that guy just did with the picture frame. So it is randomized, so sometimes you don't get lucky as you are disguised, but you can disguise yourself.
You just got ganked. But yeah, that sword that Snake was holding, the Snakeman, that magma blade that thing gets a lot of stun lock. It is ridiculous, dude. Like, you use the weapon art, and that thing can hit so much stun lock. It's crazy. I love it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, this has been pretty cool. I don't know if you guys want to keep talking about this for a while, but I'm going to invite some more people on. We're going to be talking about different topics. Hopefully, we can get that review going next few days of your unabashed reviews.
Publish it?
Well, hopefully. I don't know if you want to add more images or how you feel about it. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I will take another look or two over it tomorrow, definitely.
I'm actually gonna go because I gotta go eat. But thank you for having me on again, Smut. I'll try to come on I'll try to come on more often. The reason why I haven't been on recently is because I'm trying to get a little studio basically set up for me to be able to be as loud as I want, essentially.
Oh, good. With like soundproofing your walls, or what are you doing there?
Yeah, like we're basically getting a little, like, basically a tiny little shed essentially, and we're just gonna move all my stuff in there. We're gonna air condition it and turn it into like a miniature little, like, streaming studio.
Nice. That sounds awesome. That's a great idea if you're busy making content.
So I'm gonna try to do it because I can't do anything else. By the way, Mark, I love that picture so much.
Hey. Of course.
Hello.
I do love it too. It's the only good depiction of the Black Swordsman arc in anime form.
Like, I've literally got the Brand of Sacrifice tattooed on my arm. I love Berserk so much, dude.
Yeah. That's a bit too much dedication for me, but yeah.
Alright, guys, y'all have fun. I'm gonna go get something to eat.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for talking, Sage.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. Also, considering reviews, once I'm done with the Elden Ring, I think I'll do a couple shorter games so I can bring out the reviews a bit quicker. But yeah, that was a big first game to do a review on.
I think it was a long time coming. I think we wanted to see that one the most, at least I did, for reviews, because there's all kinds of content about Elden Ring. Everyone's playing it still.
Yeah.
So it's good to get our opinions out there, use the scoring system that we put together, and see how mathematically it appears to the rest of the world, which is, not away from perfect tens, but still there has to be something to criticize.
Well, I hope I manage to make it an interesting read.
Okay. All right. Well, we're switching gears from gaming to anime. In case you guys want to stick around, it's up to you. But Mark and I are going to be talking about one of our favorite animes of all time. And let me just load it up here in case you guys don't know. Mark, you could actually join the watch together. You don't have to, though. Need something in the background to play.
Oh, sure. Like, I don't know if you have like a video set up for this or...
Yeah, it's just a random one I found, and it's from a reviewer. Mm-hmm. But Mark, what is the anime we're talking about?
It would be Monster. Actually, like it's funny because like I remember that like you recommended this anime like a long time ago, like 3 years ago, like on your show as like a really cool like psychological like thriller,
Right, right.
and I completely forgot about it. And then someone on LitDev's stream have mentioned Monster again. And I was like, oh fuck, like that's the anime that Smudcast is talking about so much. Like I gotta check it out. And uh, but first I saw it has like 74 episodes. I was like, whoa, god, it's so long. And I started watching it like the first few episodes, and I was like hooked, like seriously hooked, addicted even. Uh, I was even sick for like 4 or 5 days as well, so I just like didn't feel like doing anything creative, and I was just bound to this chair, and I kept watching and watching this crazy story like unfolding, and like oh man, it was wonderful.
So you
But
binge
yeah, like
watched Monster for 4 days, and
4 days. Yes, I have no regrets.
well, you want me to give the rundown? Do you want to give the rundown? What is the Monster anime all about?
It's really about like like your average bloke that he just a moment.
Okay.
I had to mute like the video because like it was a bit loud. So like it's just your average bloke who happens to be in Germany before the walls fell. He is Japanese, but he works in West Germany as a brain surgeon. Just he happens to be like in this like awful situation where he needs to like pick a patient that he was originally meant to like save, because like he felt like he needs like he has the moral obligation to like do this surgery, and it happens to be the worst person ever. It kind of reminded me like of that like story I heard like one time when like a priest was regretting that like he saved Hitler from drowning in a lake
Oh,
when
really?
he was just a little boy. It kind of like that kind of regret probably that like the character in the story has felt. But yes, it's kind of amazing to me that like it felt like the person who was writing it was like very experienced of like the kind of like background that like Europe, Central Europe especially had, because like it's like very extremely detailed period of time when just before and after the walls have fallen and like socialism broke down, like he just seems to have like a really dedicated knowledge of like these events, which I think like not a lot of people do, like that like post-socialism era, like that like secret police and such, like Czechoslovakia. It's really intriguing. Like yeah, like you can also make a rundown because I think like you have like a better collected thoughts than this.
All right.
I just like there's so many events that like where to start really.
Yeah, it took about 6 years to come on the air. So it's 74, 75 episodes. And it's
74, yeah.
Yeah, it's a horror mystery a psychological thriller. So the first thing that catches my eye is the visuals are kind of this high-end 80s animation. It doesn't really stand up these days with the 4x3 800 by 600 monitor screen, but the quality for the time was high. So you're seeing this grimy sort of not too dark a world, but it's the tone and it's the atmosphere which is almost suffocating. And this is was it Madhouse, I think, the studio who made it, and they would go on a few years later to do Black Lagoon. So this is the kind of adult, mature style that you're telling.
Madhouse? I gotta look it up just real quick.
I think it was Madhouse. Yeah, I know because Madhouse is known for doing character style stories or character focused style stories. So this was like this is the best they've done. And they did Death Note later, and they did some other ones I can't remember. But the feeling of watching
it is Madhouse.
Yeah,
yes.
it is Madhouse. Yes.
Yeah. The feeling of this is such a visual and audio thing. Like when you watch and you hear the opening intro, like you watch the intro and even the ending music, it's so creepy and so like weird and disconnected. You're like, what is going on? And then you pay attention to it. You're like, that's a really revealing intro, but you don't know until you watch like episode 45. It's like, oh, this is the scene where Tenma's running. Like it's like a reveal, but you don't know because there's no context. And there's all of
I love that kind of stuff.
yeah, and they keep the
I
intro.
really did. Like, it was such a good episode.
The intro does not change. They don't change the intro. I think maybe they do in like episode 30. I can't remember all the times they do it. They do change the ending animation, but
the ending animation changes, but the intro, the opening sequence is always the same.
and
it was like a bit like revealing to me at one point, because like I was like, when is he gonna look like this? Because like he looked extremely desperate. And then you compare that, like how he looks, like his demeanor in the first few episodes.
And if you were to say anything about the characters as a whole, like the vibe is, this sort of disconnected, desperate, bleak future outlook because of the main villain. Tenma, the main character, he's sort of, at first he's a doctor, so he wants to help people. That's his code. And then he realizes what he's done. And then he goes on this sort of not a downward spiral, but he's like, he goes down really deep. He doesn't fall, but he goes down so deep that with him, everything else becomes gray. His wife, which is kind of a bitch, gets even darker. The people who are twisted and alone, they're already bleak. Like everyone just sort of broken and messed and creepy. And the greatest thing about this show, at least for me to watch it as the horror element, is they do the same thing the Alien movie does, which is you never show the villain directly. You always show them from a second person or a third person perspective.
Yes.
And even when you do see Johan from the first person, he's just a guy. There's nothing scary about him, but
he is really just a guy, like from the looks of it. He looks like the most calm guy ever. He would never do anything calm to you, and then like he starts talking.
And it's this weird sort of like he's working with kids. He's doing a thesis paper. He's talking to detectives. He's always traveling. They can never find him. And it's slowly building to that to find out what's going on. And while that's happening, the doctor is being chased by a detective because the detective thinks he's causing all these murders to happen. And he's running away from the detective while he's chasing Johan. So you have this wonderful little slow-moving cat and mouse scene between, what's his name, Lunge, the detective?
Lunge,
yeah. And he's just like this crazy, methodical, machine-like man. And he's completely convinced that this Johan dude is not even real. That Tenma has made him all up. And he's crazy. And he's off to fight some ghost while chasing Tenma down. And then he finally realizes I'm not, like he ends up talking to the psychiatrist character, and he ends up realizing, yeah, maybe my misconceptions are blinding me from the truth. And that takes so long. Like there's a very slow realization of what's happening. The other thing about that, which is probably not to everyone's taste, is whenever they have violence, it's always never shown, or it's like a cliffhanger. So you hear, I remember the talk he had with his guns, not his gunsmith, but the guy who teaches Tenma how to fire a gun.
Yeah.
And it's always off camera, or it's always, well, no, the sniper rifle we see the sniper rifle, but whenever he's firing at Johan or firing at someone else, you go bam, and you're like, nothing. And it just cuts to black, and you're like, what? And then you have to wait for the next episode. And then the next episode, it wasn't Tenma who fired the gun, it was someone else. And that stopped him from hitting Johan. And it's always that sort of, what just happened? What's going on? And there's that amazing climax. There's multiple climaxes in the story. In the library, where he finally confronts Johan, and everything's burning and everyone's dying. And it's just, we never see it directly. And Johan is just so psychotic and so focused and confident. And it's just the creepiest thing whenever they bring him on screen. So when combined with that, with the
he
tone,
just slowly looks at the scope as well. Like a sniper rifle is right at his head, and he even shows like where he wants the bullet.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, like these cliffhangers. Like I think my favorite ones are with the amazing Steiner. Like those are just like wow. Like what the hell is going to happen? Maybe like my favorite scene was in Prague when I forgot the character. The guy who talks about the Amazing Steiner.
Oh, the guy with the guy who
tall
becomes the Magnificent
guy.
Steiner. Yeah.
Yes. Like he
Wolfgang.
is yes, he is accompanied by like a Czech detective as well, and they are like pinpointed to like a small apartment, and they get shot by several times by snipers from the outside, and he's like panicking, like what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? And then suddenly like they get saved, but that was crazy. Like I was like pumped. Like what the hell is going to happen? Like, and I would say like yes, like most action scenes in this show do happen with the cliff and with the cliffhanger. But like whenever you are like fully shown like what the action scene was, it's really tense. Like when Lunga has to fight with Roberto, that was really intense. Like
Oh yeah.
especially like how Lunga defeats him, but gripping. And
Yeah.
like, the funny thing was that like it was like built up that he had that like stress toy when he first was like recovering from when he got stabbed, but because like he was like chasing after Temma, but he happened to be like chased after by like some crazy lunatic who was murdering a family. And he didn't give a single shit about the case itself. He was like, I don't care about you. I'm gonna shoot your legs anyway. So you would like stop bothering me. But like he was like having this ball, and he was just like practicing the same like grip technique. And then like in the final, I think like second to final episode, he does use the grip to stop the enemy. But I was like, wow, that was brutal.
Yeah, this is the beauty of the anime. I would recommend the manga as well. The difference is because the directing of the anime is so specific, you're going to get such a different experience with the sound and the voice acting, even with the American voice acting, which I don't know. What were those? I have a certain select list of skills, and with that kind of actor, he's always on the run. He's always hunting someone down. Like that's the American guy, sort of show. Whereas in Japanese, everything's sort of subdued and cool and relaxed. Even with the European vibe, it's still pretty relaxed and mundane. And I think that's more to its benefit because I think I like that somber, relaxed tone more than whenever.
Oh yeah, like it was really because I have been like to those kind of places in Europe, so I was like this could literally be like 2000s Europe or like 90s Europe, like
and,
that exact same feeling.
Yeah, and to have the sort of, I don't know, not Americanization, but to have it in English, it feels like I'm watching Americans interact in Europe trying to be Japanese. It's like this weird feeling of like, this doesn't quite fit, it doesn't feel the same as watching the original Japanese, even though it takes place in Europe and everyone's got different languages anyway. I just find it funny. I don't know why we're watching Fate. This is the intro to some other anime, but it's supposedly about Johan and Tenma. But we're getting there. This is getting that slowly. But man, if you guys want to watch the monster anime, it is on YouTube right now for free. You can go watch it. So
yes, both the dub and the sub. Yeah.
So I guess whoever put it on didn't care, and no one cared to sue or take it down. So if you're ever on a rainy day and you want to watch a long burn anime horror, one of the best there is, I would say, even if you're not a fan of horror, would be somewhere in your top 10 list of anime, just because of the atmosphere and the slow moving plot and the characters. It's all about the characters as opposed to action and well, I guess there isn't that much action to begin with. It's
there isn't much action. Whenever there is like some, it really hits hard.
Oh yeah, the side characters everyone gets their moment to shine. Like everyone, it's not just always focused on Tenma. Tenma's gone for like 6 episodes, focusing just on his ex-wife or his ex-fiance, and then they go to like some other guy, some son dad's who's a drunk. And then there's like,
Yes.
it just does that.
The final village was just like I completely forgot about Tenma's story because
Yeah.
we have been following every other character for so long.
Yeah, and there's Johan's sister. She has her own arc to go through and figure out because she wants to help the doctor. And there's that crazy scene where she's walking through the village and everyone's saying hello to her, and she's like, "What the? How does everyone know who I am?" And it turns out Johan.
That was so creepy. But like I don't want to like spoil, but like there was like the other brother was also masquerading as her. So, and then like the reveal was like, oh no.
Oh god.
Because I knew that there was something off with her. Because like
Yeah.
she was like too sterile, if I could say that. Because she didn't like had like those kind of like demeanors like she usually displays, or like things like is she curious or any of those things.
Yeah.
Like she was like too open to talk with the police, which she doesn't do at all. Like she wants to like keep her profile down, and I believe that she was also using the Anna Liebert as the name, which
Yeah.
she doesn't do anymore.
So it's like Johan is constantly erasing his tracks, and that's one of the reasons why Lunge thinks that it's all in Tenma's head. And then when he comes across evidence, he doesn't. He goes, well, this is probably just whatever. He doesn't consider it because he's already made up his mind after all this time, and it just keeps getting worse and worse for Tenma. So he gets more and more desperate, and it's just this constant framing of the narrative, like who's he, what's gonna, like you're not sure where you're going because it's so slow, and you're just hunting someone down while someone else is hunting him down, and then you have all these side characters trying to help out and hinder. And then you get really creepy with the kindergarten. That was the creepiest part.
That was, yes.
Of the whole series, which brings back World War II and all the experiments, supposedly what they were trying to do, which was, I think, bring back a second Hitler or something like that. It was this bizarre...
Yes. It backfires so much.
Crazy storyline of just what these insane Nazi-esque cult members are trying to do with this experiment of making kids evil.
And the twist as well, that like it turns out that the sister was the one who had like those kind of like meetings and training.
Yeah.
And the brother only like heard about it. So technically like the brother could like put together the picture of like what to do. And like the sister was like one who should have been Johan in the first place, but she wasn't. She seemed to be like grow up just fine.
That was a strange first few episodes of Monster. The setup with the brother and the sister, the fight they got into, what she did, like what you learn what she did to him, and Tenma breaking the director said, "Oh, you can't operate. You have to operate on the mayor. You have to operate on this guy. He's more important." It's like, wait, no. This is first come first serve. I'm a doctor. I heal the sick, and that's what's going to happen. And that's when he goes in the downward spiral of trying to solve a problem he caused, which through his own good intentions of healing the sick, which doesn't make any sense. You can't imagine a kid of that age doing something horrible and then growing up into... Actually, now that I remember, my favorite scene wasn't the kindergarten. That was the freakiest scene. My favorite scene is with the recovering alcoholic detective.
Yeah, Richard. Yeah, that I was like so bummed out when I just saw that like Johan's gonna kill this guy, because I really thought like he's gonna be like more like integral part of the story, but then was like, wow, they can write out these characters so fast and so efficiently too.
They're not scared about killing off characters, and they do it in such a horrific psychological attack that you didn't even know what was going to happen. You're like, what's going on? Like you sort of, I think they do a frame narrative there where you know something is going to happen. Someone dies, but you're not sure how and when and who. And it's just, you're sitting there going, okay, what's going on here? There's no way he's not going to have a drink. He's a recovering alcoholic. He's fine. He's been going through therapy for months and months and months. He's totally for
Yeah,
years.
that's such a setup that like he's not going to go for it.
Yeah,
Like he regrets it, like, and he does everything so like he can meet with his daughter.
yeah.
And then finally he just shows himself, the devil himself.
And of course the topic is single malt Scotch whiskey, and I'm like, well, if you're gonna recant on your Alcoholics Anonymous pledge, you're gonna do it with single malt. So, I thought that was a really nice touch to people who like the liqueurs like myself. So, but man, so how would we rate this out of anime to watch? There's all kinds of anime out there. Obviously, you enjoy the Berserk storylines and all the dark fantasies.
Well, unfortunately, Berserk doesn't have like a complete anime, but this one, like Monster, I would say that like this is just a complete experience. Like, I do know, I do not know how much I can talk about it because like I haven't seen it myself, but there is supposedly a sequel to Monster, which is just literally called The Second Monster,
Really?
and it's a novel. I have only seen like one YouTube video about it, and like from like the story that I have read from that, it just didn't look that appealing for me. I feel like this show was like really complete for me, and the ending of Monster was like it's up to the viewer that like what actually happened. Is Johan actually alive, or is he just comatose? I feel like that's like a perfect ending for me.
Yeah,
Because like a Monster always like gives you questions.
It's kind of like they sort of set that up, and I guess we saw it coming because no one directly, unless you're Johan, no one directly pulls the trigger on someone, main character at least. Tenma it's always his conscience is getting the better of him, and you're like, okay, dude, you're the man. You've been doing this for years and years. You're the guy who has to pull the trigger. And it's just like, okay, go. And it just takes so long to get to that point. It's kind of a letdown to some in some cases. But in other ways, it's kind of like, oh, yeah, this could totally work. This is believable. And all it takes is one scared person to realize that this guy is a crazy psycho. And he has to be stopped. And it's that weird... I don't want to give it away, but it's that weird sort of natural reaction from adults that that happens, which I thought is like, yeah, this has to end. Like you can't just keep if you like I could have seen them pull what is it, like the non-ending. It just keeps going. Just like we don't know what happens. I could see them do that, but it probably would have pissed a lot of people off considering the build up to episode 73. So
yes,
I would have probably been a bit let down if they did not finish it off. But wow, it is my second favorite. I used to say it's my favorite, but after reflection and just simple analysis, I'd say it's my second favorite anime of all time. And just give it a gander. In fact, just watch the intro. Watch the Monster Anime OP. Do a search for that on YouTube. And listen and watch the intro. If you like the sound of that and you look at the way it looks, I bet you if you hang tight and you like slow burning stories, you're going to love watching Monster. It is that good. And it's from this is the same studio that did Death Note and other character-inspired animes like Black Lagoon. And it's just one of those classics things that if you ever...
Now the Satoshi Kon shows as well. Paranoia Agent, Paprika.
They did Apricot?
Blue. Yes, yeah. All the Satoshi Kon anime were done by Madhouse.
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
They had a long-running partnership. Unfortunately, his last movie is never gonna see the day of light.
Yeah. I think I heard something about that.
That is like so silly because like technically Satoshi Kon left them the script. So like it's written down like what exactly he wants them to make, but they said that they can't find like the appropriate director for it, so they are not going to make it until they find that guy. And I'm like, really? Like you have the script. Like, what's holding you back?
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah, see, this is the stuff I miss when everyone's watching. Not to say anime is going away or it's not what it used to be. This is the kind of stuff that we point to and say this is mature, this is adult, without being gory, without being too over the top. And there are some over the top, not action scenes, but setups. I'm like, okay, this probably wouldn't happen in reality. This library or this kindergarten or this building probably wouldn't have been set up that way. But it's
that library scene was just like so hilarious. Like this, like Johan is just like smiling the entire time. There's like a attendant in the background, like throwing gasoline next to the books. Like, oh come on, like not a single security guard like saw this.
yeah, there's a
And
few.
then like like Tema like placed the sniper rifle at like one of the top bookshelves.
Right. Yeah. No. There's all kinds of. You're like, this is a little bit of a stretch, but because of its simplicity, sort of slice of life environment
Yeah.
in most cases, it does make you go, okay. Now they're bringing it back down to reality, despite the crazy previous episode, and then they'll just do a subplot with one of the side characters, and they go about their common day. And but they all get an arc, which is amazing, even though it's unrelated, which I didn't like. But it's nice to know that the ex, not the ex-wife, but the ex-fiance who is going to go after Tenma, sort of chills out.
Yes, that was like such a nice character growth.
Yeah, and she finds something she loves as opposed to something she hates, which is like, oh, okay, that's her own volition. She just decided on happiness herself outside of all the crazy shit going on around her. So there is some believability. I really like the detective. I thought he was a great character because he makes that about face and goes, wait a second, I could be wrong. And then he talks to the psychiatrist and he's like, yeah, you could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe you are. And it just keeps...
It's possible that you're wrong.
Yeah. And I appreciate that because he's so good. Like, he's really good at his job. And it's just like, yeah, maybe I got all this information incorrectly. Maybe there's another way of looking at it. And he's...
That was like such a great scene. Like one of the final episodes where like he approaches Tenma and all he says is like, I'm sorry. And then walks off with the most badass way ever. Like he just like a one-man army.
Yeah, there's a whole...
takes down the entire gang.
There's a whole episode of the detective when he's on vacation, and he's like, am I going to order a beer, or am I going to order a coffee? And it's like, what? What are you talking about? Because when you're on vacation,
I'm Dr. Tenma.
you order a beer.
Japanese. I'm Japanese.
But when I'm working, I need a coffee. It's like, okay, are you working or are you not working? And the waiter comes by, you know what? I'll have a coffee. And that it just ends. You're like, what? It's the whole scene. So they do a lot of scenarios that are moody and done for effect with like really proper lighting. Again, it could be a bit brighter. The palette could be a little normal. The animation is actually fairly decent. So if you're worried about the animation sucks, the style is not as good, but the animation's fine. There's plenty of frames. And it's moody, so it has to be slow. So when they go through like these cobblestone European streets, it's like, okay, it's believable. There's a park there, and they're eating lunch, or there's kids playing. It's like, that's great. That's life. Just to set the mood. And then they just twist it. And there's like, oh yeah, we're going to an abandoned building where there's these crazy people, and they're just like reminiscing about bringing back the Third Reich. And you're like, what? Where did that come from?
If only the crazy people were like the worst was like when they went to the Red Rose Mansion.
Oh, is that
like,
the that crazy lonely small man who owns the restaurant, and he's like trying to bring it back or something? Like, oh jeez.
Oh yeah, you mean the episode where the Johan's sister is going to like the restaurant to learn, like get money,
right?
And then it turns out that he was actually like an assassin. I thought like they're gonna bring back his character in like one of the later episodes, and this is just a setup. like I was like, okay, like that's the story.
Yeah.
I really thought like they're gonna bring him back.
There are a bit too many characters at times.
Yeah.
That you want to know more of, but it's like, they're not that important. They could have been involved, but like once you get to Wolfgang, it's like that's probably enough. I think Wolfgang, he sort of encapsulates the kindergarten scenario, and they're like, all right, yeah, he's got his own plot, and that gets convoluted really quickly. So it ties it up, so it doesn't just throw it away.
Oh yeah, like Wolfgang was like my favorite character, and it was like at first when he appeared, I was like, okay, well, this is another new character, so I shouldn't get too invested in him because like in 6 episodes he's gonna die. Well, it took a bit longer, but like, he was still so good.
Yeah, it's great stuff. So anyway, this is a recommendation. Black Lagoon for sure, for more action, more moody, adult content. It's a bit over the top, like with the fights. But with
yeah, but like there aren't too many fights in this show. Like, there are some for the finale, but like the kind of events that preceding it kind of calls for it. That like there should be like some showdown, especially like it's like the villains are the type of villains that like you love to hate. They just like there needs to be some justice happening because this is just like bonkers.
When you think of
what they have been going through,
like over the top villains from like Hellsing Ultimate, where you have like the crazy Nazi Fuhrer wannabe fellow. It's like he's evil. He's a vampire. He believes in Nazis. Like he's just like how many.
Just, like, the problem with Hellsing though Ultimate is that like they're so silly from the get go.
I know, yeah.
You can't like, really take them. Even Alucard is just laughing all the time.
Yeah, he's
like, he
also
never feels like the only time when Alucard was like remotely like sad was when Anderson decides to infect himself with that thing that makes him into a monster as well.
Oh yeah, well yeah, everything's kind of goofy, but if they want to comically make someone evil, it's like okay, he's a vampire.
Yeah,
he's a Nazi. He wants to destroy London. Like he wants to do all this crazy shit. Like, okay, we get it. He's evil. With Monster, it's like everyone's just sort of moral. Everyone is morally gray. So you're like, okay, the wife is nuts, or the ex fiance is nuts, but she's not really evil. She's just a really bad person, and she hasn't done anything horrific because compared to Johann, everyone's good. So. Then you see like the guys who want to bring back the Reich, and you're like, that's crazy. They haven't really done much since then. They're just kind of lonely and weird and goofy, but you know they're not good people. Tenma is technically still a good person, but he's throwing everything away to right this one wrong. So there's lots of like strange, weird, vagabond-like characters and bums and it's, you get the psychiatrist involved and he's trying to help people. He's not getting very far. There is a bit
the Wilford Brimley character.
Oh yeah.
It's like, I was like, funny, like many years ago I saw this like character like made fun of through an AMV. And I was like, what? This looks exactly like Wilford Brimley.
Yeah.
And then I looked it up, then like the author of the manga actually like saw like Wilford Brimley as a inspiration for a character design. I was like,
yeah, no,
because he had like those diabetes adverts at the time.
Yeah, if you guys don't know Wilford Brimley, think of a guy with like a handlebar mustache, and he's like really old and balding, and he's just there to be the good. Like, I'm the doctor person. I'm the good guy.
I'm the doctor.
Yeah.
I'm here to talk to you about diabetes.
All right, well, we can keep gushing on about the anime. We could do a Smudcast or a Smud Talk about just the anime, and we can be more prepared for that. So it's just fun to go over someone else's interpretation because they have all the media. I don't want to show off too much without spoiling anything because it is there's so much revelation as you go through the show, and it's just creeping you out. Sometimes you're like, you know what? I'm not going to watch the ending. OP. I'm gonna stop. It's too like those crazy weird looking kids and the monsters. It's like a fairy tale that's just creeping you the hell out with that music, and it just it's just like I don't want to listen to that. I'll just stop now.
Johann is like there are like only like a few things in media and like literature that like represent like true darkness. But like Johan does that, like the character that like you see, like until the very end. But he really is like irredeemable, and like, anything that gets like close to it, like goes like small part got influenced by him. It feels like they cannot come back, and even like there was like that scene where like the little boy, the little kids like actually you get to know like what he actually said to those little kids, because like he has like so many like those kindergarteners who were like preschoolers who were like, around him, and like, then you're like wondering like what did he tell them, and like oh like jump down from this building and like let's see like who's gonna survive this. I was like wow, like that is just evil. And then like the little kid like realizes like just before he would jump down the building again that like oh no, if I die then there's not gonna be anything left to me to enjoy. That was like devastating.
All right. I'm wondering if Hawk is available. I can't tell.
Well, he just got here.
Yeah.
There you are,
bloody
sir.
hell.
Thank you for joining us, Hawk. How's it going, buddy?
Very tired.
Did we catch you at a bad time? We can stop. It's okay.
No, it's fine. I've got an hour, so.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, Mark. You guys can hang around. Crazy. You have to go, or are you okay? Mr. Philosopher, you're there somewhere, but okay, I guess you're still there. Okay.
Yeah. But I guess this is my exit for now. But yeah, it was nice to be here, and happy 500.
Thank you.
episode.
Thank you, Mark. Have a great one.
You too. See you.
Okay.
Hi, Mark.
So we've transitioned back to gaming. We've finished the anime weeb talk that we've established every Monday from Mark. We might go back. Who knows? We'll find out as the day goes by. But thank you, Hawk, for popping in. How's it going?
It's fine. I mean, I'm just trying. I've joined the watch together, and
Oh.
yeah, I just changed that. Yeah,
Yeah, don't
just
worry
in
about
case you.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We're reading the BioWare blog as we talked about. Was it a few days ago?
Yeah, which I saw you put on Twitter, and oh dear.
So I think that's where I also take my leave.
All right.
Oh, I'm boring everyone to death with this. This is great.
No, I need to go to bed.
That is a good point, sir. Thank you so much for your input, and of course, finishing the review of Elden Ring. I'll be happy to take a look at it.
Well, I hope it is satisfactory.
I will bug you for corrections, I'm sure, in the next few days.
Sure thing.
Okay. Have a good night.
Have a good one.
See ya.
All right. So, Hawk, you want to talk about BioWare, your favorite topic of gaming all the time.
Yeah, I love it. It's so much joy that I bring to everybody.
It's
No, it was just bring it up because obviously you brought up just recently about all those job hirings.
right.
For obviously, and considering the fact that they've supposed to got 2 ready-to-go games in the next 10 months, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
It is strange. Let me
But the
bring up.
hiring.
Yeah. Let me just bring up that Twitter feed as slow as my tweet is pulling up here. See if you guys can see this on the screen. So this came out just a few days ago from BioWare. If you actually read the blog post, which says, welcome to the BioWare community update, they talk about how they're going into production, or they've already started in production with the next Dragon Age and the next Mass Effect. You're like, great, cool. And then you look at what they're hiring for, and it's like Mass Effect, lead engine programmer. Oh, that's interesting. Lead domain programmer. Oh, that's interesting. So I don't know what BioWare uses for leads or seniors or directors. I don't know what the hierarchy means. So is there a guy in charge, or they have no one in charge? We don't know. I can't tell you.
It's just weird to me because obviously they've been saying that they've been designing like Dragon Age since 2015.
Right.
and you're like, oh, okay. And then they come up with, you see here, you've got the technical designer for Dragon Age, senior UX technical designer for Dragon Age, and you're like, technical animator, environment artist, Dragon Age, and you're like, well, hold on a second. If you spent, we're on 7 years now, and you're now just asking people for environment artists for Dragon Age. It's like, hold on a second.
Yeah. So
what are you playing at here?
There's something odd because usually when you go to production, your designs, at least the designs everyone has agreed upon at that point, are sort of locked in. Now that's the dream. That's the ideal. Anyone who makes anything says we have a plan. This is the plan, and those plans change. So I could totally understand that they have to tweak a design or they have to fix something, but that's usually done on the development stage where they go, oh, okay, we can't do a giant octopus. We have to make a smaller bird creature or whatever. So they go back to design and they make something different. So I can get that. The problem is these are not just designs. These are senior level lead designer jobs.
Yeah, it makes it it makes it obvious how why they only bring out concept art. Do you know what I mean? And it seems like they've been doing that for 2-3 years now.
Well, we've
just
seen
bringing out concept art.
Yeah, we've seen Dragon Age concept art. It comes out every 8 months, and it's like, okay, that looks good.
Never happens.
Did you build it yet? Did you make a model? Did you animate it? Like, we have no idea. So,
are we meant to? It's like, yeah, you're meant to actually make a game here. They're like, oh, well, I thought we just meant to make little pictures and just release them to Screen Rant every 8 months so they can do an article. Like, oh my god.
Yeah. So if I were to read these to you, they probably wouldn't mean too much. But with me, with my little bit of my gaming background and my software dev background, I'd be very concerned if I was a stakeholder or an investor with BioWare.
I think they were planning on having, Dragon Age 4 out very early in 2023, and I was like, okay, so at that point I think I said, oh, they've got a year. Anyway, we're coming up to the end of April now, and they bring this out, and you're like, hang on, you've got 8 months to bring out this game. And I'm like, that's half the time it took to make Dragon Age 2, and that was rushed.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so it's not going to come out then. So you've lied. I'm like, and then you've supposed to got half your team working on Mass Effect 4.5 or whatever it is. So it's like, so when's that coming out? Well, no one knows. And it's a bit like, it's a complete utter mess. It's just this entire company has just become shockingly bad.
Yeah, and if you look at, again, I'm going to point out this page one more time because they have jobs in software development that don't have a project associated with them. They just want a technical director, like a director of all the hardware and all the software and all the licenses and all the how to make a toolkit and plugins. It's like, you don't have one of those guys, really? Or
I think I made a joke about applying for the janitor's role. I'm like what Mark says in the chat. That'll probably be the highest ranking person there. The bloke who cleans the toilets is making the decisions.
Yeah, let me go back. I'm gonna go back to the actual article because it's really funny how they introduced them. And one of my favorite characters in BioWare lore is there. So meet the team. Let's meet the team, shall we? Gary, and this is the best. Like when I say Smud, I don't go he, him, but apparently in Canada we do that. So Gary, he, him, in case you didn't know Gary was a guy, recently shared a State of BioWare post highlighting some of the folks who will be leading the Dragon Age team. So Corinne Bouche, I don't know, That's pronouncing that correctly. She, her, guys. Corrine is she, her. Okay. As game director, Mac Walters, he, him. You remember Mac Walters?
Oh my god. Mac Walters, twat and idiot. That's what I'd describe him as. But okay, he, him is equally as good.
Yeah, he's the production director of.
He's a writer!
Well,
Not a very good one either. It's like, oh, now he's. Well, I'm a really bad writer, so I'll go into production director. What? Why? You don't know anything about what?
yeah, but he's not the production director of Mass Effect. He's the production director of Dragon Age.
What? Why?
Wow.
Well, that's like saying like the manager of Manchester United is in control of Liverpool. You're like two completely different things. Why would you? And Benioff, what was that? Hool, he, him, as director of product development.
Yeah, that could be many things. Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, who knows? That's many hats. So, and they keep going. There's you could check
John
out
L.
Epler.
Did he leave?
Yeah,
John Epler.
I thought he did too, but he's back. But there's Maciej Kurowski. You could actually check him out on Twitter, and I think he did a blog post as well a few months back. So it's not looking good. It's looking.
Who have both been working on the next Dragon Age game since its early days of development. Well, considering the fact that you're now asking for people to, hiring people, what, since like last Tuesday or something? It's, what? Oh, God. Macy, I can't pronounce the name. The Dragon Age franchise's technical director joined BioWare almost 6 years ago. And has spent all that time doing nothing. Okay.
I know the one
John's
guy.
been at BioWare close to 15 years.
I know. We all know John Epler. He's been around for a while, but I'm surprised he's still there. I don't know why he's. If you guys know anything about Canada, okay, if you want to get a job in Alberta, the pay is a lot lower than other cities because you're further up north. It is bloody freezing. It's like minus 20 to minus 30 degrees centigrade. So you really have to have a good reason to live there, usually for family or lifestyle. So some people don't like living there. That's why they want to move to Montreal, even though the weather there is pretty shit as well. But
Yeah.
it's better than minus 20. It's, you get quite a lot of snow, and it's maybe minus 10. But there has to be a good reason to live there. And I don't think COVID did them any help. It didn't really help them organizing things to work from home.
But it was still in the. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing the fact that this all really does, stem from Mass Effect 3's ending, and that was what 10 years ago.
At
now.
least, yeah.
And it's a bit like they botched up so badly with that. They've destroyed their company because nothing works now. Everything they make, it just fails miserably, and it's just like the direction they took the Mass Effect series, they scrapped it. They've got to they're redoing it again. The Dragon Age series, they're scrapping half the stuff and going down a different way. It's like they went for Anthem, that failed miserably, and you just like, why you? It's like you failed. You just failed as a company. You messed up, and you're paying for it. But you can't be doing. I mean, this is just embarrassing.
Yeah.
Asking all these things, and you're like, oh my god! It's just like I used to love BioWare. Now I can't stand.
Yeah.
I always think every single thing they do, I'm like, oh, how is this going to be bad?
I've always tried to argue that they should be doing smaller games that they could have more of a scope and understanding of that could actually be produced within a certain time frame as opposed to 5, 8, 10 years, which, you could hire a small team. You could even use the existing team to do that and see where you could do some experimentations on a smaller level that you're so concerned about your main store, your main franchise. It's like you're building up to that. Get a product out there within a few years. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Mobile game. I don't care. Make something. Make whatever you want. Just make it small and work with it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I'll always bring up. It's like it took Rockstar 8 years to do Red Dead Redemption 2, but they released it and it was a good game. Like I'm saying, Dragon Age 4 has been in production since 2015. That's 7 years. Nothing's been done. Nothing's been done.
We don't even know what
So-
engine they're using. Is it Unreal? Is it Unreal 5? Is it
I
it
thought
Frostbite?
I thought they started to use. Yeah, I thought they started to use Frostbite for everything.
Well, okay, that was the weird argument prior because they just learned how to use it or they were starting to use it.
No, it was EA's mandate, wasn't it?
Well,
Every
they
use Frostbite.
could have said no. Said no, we're comfortable with our own tools. They could have actually hired the guys from DICE to properly help them because they had full access to them, and they never did.
Yeah.
So it's like, guys, like you could use the resources. You could spend more time with these guys and bring them over to Canada or go there and learn. I don't care. All these things they could have done, but they did everything from the ground up. The UI.
I don't think BioWare always has the company where they spend more time slacking off, and then they're like, "Oh my god, like the homework's in for tomorrow," and quickly do it like the night before because they've just been partying. They're like, "Oh my god, a game needs to be made. Oh, put this stuff together, but that's some sticks. I don't care. We've got some tape somewhere. Tie all this stuff, and you're like, oh, I mean, the game's just come out rickety, bugged, and you're like, oh,
So here's
Well, my face is tired.
Yeah, I can't pronounce this guy's name. Massige. He's the technical director, and he's saying the tech that goes into making a game can basically be divided into two areas: the tools used by developers building it, and the software that players interact with directly. And that's fine. That's a good way of looking at it. The question is, that's very specific per game. So you would be in charge of 2 teams or 3 teams or however many projects you have running at the time, and knowing the ins and outs, or hopefully knowing the ins and outs of each of those interfaces for players. And as we know, as we saw with even Mass Effect 2, the UI, the HUD, that changed like every 2 weeks. They were trying out a new HUD. We saw E3 builds. They were like, that looks like a different game altogether.
Yeah, it changes all the time. I'm just reading. We're always learning and pushing ourselves, and with every game we get better. No.
The last 2
We really
games,
don't agree. But,
the last 2 games have been pretty bad. Yeah, so I don't know what they're.
I mean, because everything since Dragon Age 2 has been bad. let's not, but we can always improve. Well, yep. I can't wait to talk more about some of the interesting things we've done on the tech side for Dragon Age. Well, explain some stuff. Like, you've had 7 years. Explain something. It's like no one even knows what the setting or the plot is. We've kind of guessed it might be Tevinter, and it might have something to do with Solus. But then people are talking about the Canary, and a bit like, so is Solus getting the old Mage Templar treatment and being forgotten about straight away?
It would be great if Solus goes the route of Hawk, where Hawk's just a random character that came in the 4th act. It's just, oh look, it's Solus.
I'd rather have it where if you press the start button, Solus just explodes.
He's in the background
I think-
of the title screen. He's like so ominous. He's like, oh.
No, it's not even being ominous. It's just like sat at a table drinking some coffee or something, and you just press start and he explodes, and like Mac Waters walks on and goes, "Now onto the real game," and it's like, and you're like, "Oh, great."
Thanks. Yeah, that's great. I always love seeing my army explode before I use them. It's just...
I always love seeing a storyline that's built up over 2 games disappear within 30 seconds by me starting the game. It's just like, oh, wonderful. And then I always love facing off against someone from a DLC that barely anyone bought. You're like, oh.
Yeah. So in the next paragraph, they're mentioning, we can't wait to show you more of the game. It's shaping up to be something amazing. So they're just talking about Dragon Age. They're not talking about Mass Effect, which is funny.
Yeah. I mean, look at this. Anything else? Yeah, I like to say it to the fans at the moment. Yeah, we can't wait to show you more of the game. And then John agreed. There's something special about Dragon Age. There's something equally special about the Dragon Age community, the cosplay, the theory crafting, the streams, the fanfic. I'm like, half of us can't stand you. Most of our theory crafting is, God, wouldn't you like it if BioWare just burnt to the ground sometimes? Like, yeah, that'd be nice. And like, all right, some of the cosplay's alright, but it's like the theory crafting, yeah, because no one knows what's happening.
Yeah, I can't.
It's
I can't think of any streams I watch that are BioWare focused. We get cosplay of everything anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I don't really pay attention. Theory crafting was done like, as you said, like 7 years ago.
yeah.
We don't care.
No, I mean, they've completely destroyed everything in the Dragon Age world. That it's the whole new hero every game has destroyed all levels of any continuing story. Because you're like, well, no one cares. I mean, I've been introduced to Alistair 3 bloody times now, and yeah, it's like, oh, great, cool. Varric twice, and he's going to be another character. You're like, oh my god. And it's just a bit like, what's the point? All these characters get reintroduced over. We go through the same stories over and over again, just with a different villain. You're like, oh, okay, this is boring.
Yeah.
I'll give Mass Effect one benefit. They kept Shepard, the brick that he is, but at least he didn't have to go, oh, hello, my name is Garrus. I am the person that the Commander Shepard met last time. I am now your companion. Oh, cool. Third game. Hello, my name is Garrus. I was a companion of this person and this person. You're like, so draining. I just don't care.
Yeah. The franchises are all they have left. They've tried to do new stuff. Didn't pan out. Didn't even see the light of day in some cases with their projects.
Yeah. I mean, it's not looking any good with like what's it, Casey Hudson's thing, because he's looking for people, and it just looks really strange how he's hiring people.
That was funny. The day of that website coming up, he was on Twitter announcing with people who he just hired that day that they're working for the company. It was like, wow, that's fast. So
Yeah.
more
More
power to Casey, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, good luck to him. I mean, I know he completely destroyed one of the best franchises in video gaming because he likes free colours. Congratulations. But yeah, good luck. If you make something good out of it, I'll take it. But I highly doubt it.
Yeah, compared to the other people who have left, like Mike Gamble and these other Dragon Age, like David Gator, I don't know what he's doing. Nothing has impressed me. The Waylanders is not looking good. It's a gigantic it's like, I don't know, 40 gigs of crap. And I'm like, what is this demo? And I just, it's so bad. It's so 2008-ish. Like, it's so like, wow, that's, for a demo, that's pretty good for 2008. Nowadays, like, that is shit. That is something, I don't know what that is.
The thing is, the gaming world's changed so much with stuff. It's like BioWare used to be the only people who did choice-based AAA games. Where like you make a decision, you have a voice character, and all this.
Yep.
Nowadays, every Tom, Dick, and Harry game company can make one, and they're doing it a lot better. And BioWare's just getting left behind, and they just won't change with the time. So they just half-arse it all the time because they think the name BioWare can just, still mean something. It's like, no.
Yeah, and they have games that are just nowadays, like Detroit Become Human, which are completely focused on choices, and they have the branch. They actually show the branches visually of what you chose and how it went and who else went that way. Like, that's cool if you like narrative-focused stories. So you can't, like, when you look at games like BioWare has produced in the past, they may have been the forerunner, but they're becoming that hybrid style game of we're doing a little bit of this, we're doing a little bit of that, when the real focus was the choices. And when they have level design, which is just, okay, now you're in your ship. Hey, we'll do another ship, but now it's in the Andromeda Galaxy, and they got a crew, and they have voice acting, and it's like, but they suck. It's everything I don't want at a character.
It's like, no offense, but how can you make 2 games where every single companion that you've got to spend time with absolutely sucks? Apart from Varric, a dwarf, and you're like, congratulations, he wasn't even originally made for that, the last game. It's like every single new character you make absolutely sucks. I hate all of them. They grind me all the time. I'm like, oh. When I found out that none of them could die, I was like, oh, this is no good. This is boring. It's like I remember playing through Dragon Age Origins for the first time, and I didn't get Zevran to be loyal, and I had to kill him, and I was so upset about it because I really enjoyed his character. So I went back to my last save file and did everything I could. With like Dragon Age Inquisition, I couldn't care less whether Blackwall liked me or Iron Ball did it. You know what I mean? I was like, I hope you all just hate me. And I was like, oh. I thought, well, playing through Inquisition first time, I thought, well, at least I can just be sarcastic like I was in Dragon Age 2, where people were like, oh, no, I can't even do that. I thought, well, great, I've got to be a boring goody two-shoes. I'm like, oh, this is rubbish. I can't even do anything fun.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me that where these games came from. Like, they came from KOTOR and Baldur's Gate, and that's kind of like we're getting those games back. We're getting we already got a remake of Baldur's Gate a few years back. Now we're getting a KOTOR remake or redesign or whatever you want to call it, remaster. And I was thinking, you know what? I play a lot of Pathfinder games, which is basically Baldur's Gate with a different rule set, but it's basically D&D. And those games have voice acting. They've got all kinds of choice-based scenarios and game-based scenarios. You have to do certain things in gameplay to progress the story. It's like they should really go back to their roots. What is fun that people loved 20 years ago? And it was KOTOR and Baldur's Gate. And if you just do that again, give me the characters, give me this big engrossing story that takes me hours and hours to complete.
Yeah,
I might care again. But
I'm easily happy to dust off my old Xbox 360 and get Dragon Age Origins out and go play through that again. Yeah, there's bits and bobs that you can notice, obviously being 13 years old now, but I enjoy the story and the characters that much. I can go back to it, and it's like that is like the pinnacle of the BioWare games for me, in my obviously an opinion. But it's like they never tried to recreate that. They just kept trying to. I don't know what it's like. They seem to just like done Mass Effect 3 constantly, and you know what I mean. It's like every new game is just Mass Effect 3, and it's like, why? It's the most linear one. It's linear. That's what they prefer. And BioWare it's just embarrassing to me, and it's one where I think I've got to the point where it's like I used to care, I want them to get better. Now I just want them to get worse and worse and worse.
So that people realize, they don't make good games anymore. EA won't fund them anymore.
Yeah.
The talent will go elsewhere.
Yeah, and it's just like, because I'm sure there's loads of talented people there who are just like, what are we doing this for? Why are we wasting our time? I mean, the fact that people like Matt Walters, the man who can't write himself out of an open tin of beans, you know what I mean? And he's becoming like a production manager. And you know what I mean? He's becoming like one of the heads of the company. And all he is a talentless writer. A man who's got a hard-on for disintegration for some reason. Like, he did it right. Shepard gets disintegrated in Mass Effect 3. He wrote a Wolverine comic. Oh my fucking god, what have they done to Fenris?
Yeah. That's fan art, I think.
Oh, I hope to God that's fan art, because you just scroll down, I'm just looking at it, I'm like, oh my god, that is terrible.
Be sure to check out artists and give them a fault. Yeah, those are probably fan arts, yeah.
Oh, enough of that.
I think that's Bethany Hawk, or yeah.
Yeah. We're working on more than just Dragon Age 2. Our teams continue to work on Star Wars: The Old Republic, and its recently the Sith expansion. Oh. Which is now, Mass Effect games in early development. It says down there.
Oh.
So.
They're not in production?
No, we're not in production of it. And it's like, well, why? So you released the trailer. How many months ago was the trailer? That teaser trailer.
Isn't that weird? They have full 3D for Mass Effect with no information whatsoever, aside from a poster.
Mm-hmm.
But Dragon Age is in full production, and we have a few pieces of concept art. It's like it's all we know.
Yeah. And it's just like, I've just had a look here. It's we could be waiting until 2024 for the next Mass Effect game.
Oh, I thought that would be the next Dragon Age game.
Because they wanted it to be for That's weird. I'm just trying to look up for anything, and it's Oh, actually late 2023. They've said for the Mass Effect game.
Nah, it's not gonna happen. No way.
I'm like, so they're in early production now. It's April 2022. And they're saying, oh my god.
Yeah, I can't see it happening. There's no way.
No, I keep thinking that they're going to be closed down. I still think they'll be closed down before this even happens.
Oh wow!
Because I just feel that there's no. Because Dragon Age 4 is supposed to be early 2023, and that's from April the 5th this year. And it's like, just reading all these things, it's like people are releasing all this stuff. I'm like, really? It's like, again, you've got less than a year to do all this, to do 2 games. Hang on. Probably comes after fiscal 2022. When's the fiscal year of 2022 end?
Tax time is pretty much the same as America in Canada, so it's like right now. So that would be next year this month, yeah, roughly.
All right, because that's what they're saying is it's most likely, since there was a report done last year.
It depends, because the EA has its own fiscal timeline, which I think is around October, November.
Mm-hmm.
Depending, I don't know. They could have quarterly reports. They could have bi-yearly.
Oh, it's EA's fiscal year ends on March 31st.
Oh, okay.
And they're saying there should be a game being released next year.
Should, yes. Keyword.
Should, but that's what EA's said to their investors. So it's a bit like,
nope, not gonna happen.
I'm just looking at it, I'm just like, no. No. The investors, if I was an investor, I'd be like that. That's not how how things work.
If we don't get a trailer by the end of this year for either game, I think we'll be a bit concerned for BioWare.
If I don't see anything, if I don't see even like a demo or something, or like a 5-minute beta test thing, you know what I mean? I'm going to be a bit like, there's no games coming.
Yeah.
There's nothing. This is all just one big lie to keep money going into BioWare, so that these people can like hoard it away and then run off to a Caribbean island or something.
Oh, really?
That's what I think is going to happen. Yeah. But other than that, it's just a bit. It just, I mean, sorry. Google searches says, "Do you wish to know the Dragon Age games in order?" I'm like, it's kind of easy to know. Some of them's got a 2 at the end of it, so I know where that one goes.
Yeah. The good thing about Dragon Age 2, it was just the 2. They kept it simple. Yeah. I remember they said it was going to be more complicated. It's like, I just put a 2 on it. It's fine.
It's like Dragon Age Exodus or something. It's like, all right, okay.
I think we joked about calling it Dragon Age Kirkland Knights or something like that, some sort of goofy subtitle, because it wasn't completely like Dragon Age Origins. It was its own beast, and it felt a little awkward, even though it had basically the same game mechanics.
Oh my god! I've just read about in the development of Dragon Age 4. It's been cancelled 3 times.
What? No.
So development of the fourth main entry in the Dragon Age series, codenamed Joplin, began in 2015 with Mike Laidlaw as creative director. And then due to problems with Mass Effect Andromeda and Anthem, all the Joplin staff were shifted to these games, and in October 2018 they cancelled it altogether.
Oh, that's the Kotaku article from what's his face, who left Kotaku, that the journalist who had all the insider information. Jason Schreier.
And then it says it was restarted with a kid in Morrison.
Yep.
And then it was cancelled again. And then it got brought back again. Plus, a new teaser trailer was released in 2020.
Yeah, they wanted to finish up Anthem, which was using the same engine. So they put everyone from Dragon Age Joplin onto Anthem, and then Anthem went through this crazy life cycle. And then Mike Gamble left, and then they have to get a new director for Dragon Age. So it's fun.
But 3 times if EA's actually cancelled it and restarted it, you're a bit like, this has got dead all over it. I mean, 2 years ago they released that that trailer with Varric talking, which you covered. That was 2 years ago.
Of a 3D render of a picture or something.
Yeah, a picture of Corypheus and some other people. And it's like, it's coming soon. It's like, that was 2 years ago. What's happened since? Quick, Gary, throw some concept arts at people. That'll keep them. There's a guy holding a bow made of rock. They're like, what? Okay, it's a bit weird.
They're floating rocks. Those are fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Floating bioluminescent rocks. I'm like, what? Why are we doing this?
Are we in the future? What's going on now?
Yeah, I'm just like, Jesus. I'm like, it just looks so bad. I mean, I'm just reading all these other things, and it's just like, they've had to obviously go back because Anthem had a lackluster launch, and BioWare and EA opted to remove the planned multiplayer components. And then the people who set up all that left in November last year. It's like, oh my god. Like, no one wants to work for these people.
No, I know. It's getting pretty sad. I'm surprised other companies like Ubisoft are as redundant as their products are, they're consistent. They come out on time. If not every year. Yeah, they have a release every year. That's the thing. They'll do another.
Oh my god! Dragon Age 4 is reportedly in very good shape for a 2023 release date. There's another article. This is from the 18th of February, and it's like, I'll never look at this.
Interesting.
VentureBeat journalist Jess Grubb, who's speaking about the upcoming BioWare game. And he goes, this brings Dragon Age 4, which I've heard is in very good shape. Overall, when they look at where they are supposed to be in the development cycle, they are hitting their milestones, and where they're supposed to be, the game is on schedule. Oh my god. He continues to explain that BioWare is well set to hit their late 2023 release date, roughly 18 months from now. But they've just had to hire everybody 2 months later.
Let's see that list one more time. Let's see. Dragon Age. They need a senior technical designer. Oh God. If you know what a technical designer is, he's the guy who makes all the tools and the software, so that the guys working in development can do their jobs. What else we got here? Senior UX technical designer, same thing, specific to just the interface, which changes like mad, as we've seen throughout BioWare's history. All the interfaces change. I think. Oh, technical designer as a whole. That's not a good sign. That could just be a junior underneath the senior, but I don't know what these terms mean because there's no hierarchy. It's just like all these like leads and seniors and directors of this. It's like, I don't know. Is he a lowly grunt? Is he a junior? I couldn't tell you. And then we look at arts. I don't know why they're hiring art, but environment director, which doesn't sound good at all because if you have guys in game design, the number one skill everyone has in game design is level design. Everyone does level design. It doesn't take an artist to make levels. You just have the tool, whether it's Source Engine or Unreal. Everyone knows how to use the tool. And then there's technical animator. Okay, that's very specific, as opposed to character animator or effects animator or whatever. Technical animator could mean many, many things. It could be tool sets. It could be physics. It could be all kinds of things. And then you have environmental artist. That could be many things as well. Are you doing particle effects? Are you doing level design? I don't know. That's very specific. So either they have an army of workers, and these are very, very specific people they're hiring. And what we'd have to do is follow up with their job posting. I don't know where they would do that. I doubt they'd put it on LinkedIn. But the job posting would have the details telling us you have to be versed in this engine or this tool set or physics, or you have an art background or whatever the technical elements are. So, and they're hiring a senior audio designer, which is weird.
Yeah.
That's the weirdest one to me. You want to know why? Because
Why?
audio is not the easiest, but there's so many people who want to do audio. The same with music. Usually they're both. They're a musician who wants to get into audio. And that was when I was doing game design at school. Audio was like all these guys wanted to go into audio design because they could run around the city and record sounds and master them and do whatever they wanted and make cool things. So it's all the audiophile guys, all the guys who like listening to like vinyl records and making cool personalized speakers from home, and I use these kinds of plugs and this, like, all this stuff. Like those guys just love audio. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be game design. It could be anything. It could be for FX. It could be for TV, movies. Audio guys are ubiquitous. They can go anywhere. So I'm surprised because that gets filled up really quick.
It just looks bad. It just looks bad to me.
Yeah.
I just feel like where would BioWare put these job applications? Flyers on the streets. They don't have the money.
We're coming off winter, so no, they wouldn't be putting them on the streets because the paper would freeze. And,
right.
and just melt. Yeah.
Well, do we just put like a help wanted sign in the window?
Oh yeah, downtown Edmonton.
Yeah. It's like help wanted. Apply with it.
Yeah. Generic. Just come in. Just walk in. Just walk in the door.
It's fine. Don't worry. Can you use a pencil? Yeah. You hide the product. You're the production manager. It's like, okay. But yeah, they've got so many. Supposedly they've got so many things on, and yet nothing's happening. And that's what always gets me with this company. It's just rubbish.
I do like the fact that in some cases they're keeping us in the dark, because what you do when you launch a product or you start marketing a product is you do it strong. You always launch strong. You market strong. You never show weakness. You always show quality, quality, quality. Thing is, it's been several years now, and they should have at least shown something by now, like an E3 demo, something.
Yeah, or even a, I don't know, even a pre-rendered trailer. You know, just something of like, even if not saying anything, like a 30-second pre-rendered trailer where there's at least some characters there, like they attempted to do with the Mass Effect one. But do you know what I mean? At least that made me think, they might be doing something with Mass Effect. And then nothing happened after that. I'm like, well, okay, I guess they're not doing anything with it. Damn me raising my hopes for 5 seconds. But,
Well, N7 Day is probably going to be another wash this year. If they're planning a Dragon Age release for next year, early 2023, forget about Mass Effect.
That's not. I'm forgetting about Dragon Age as well. If they release it next year, it's just gonna be like, oh great, you spent like 10 months working on it, crunched and just made it rubbish. So many things been cut, and you know what I mean.
All right. Well, let's call it a day on the topic of BioWare.
That one.
Yeah. Not the greatest and most entertaining topic to share because there's not much to talk about. There's just nothing there. So.
Yeah, to be honest, it's more just BioWare sucks. It's like let me name the ways how they suck. You know, it's like. Yeah. But I'm gonna. Well, obviously stick around until you get someone else in.
All right.
I'm going to leave on your own.
let me read some super chats and we'll get going. Here's Vladimir Dragunov. What does a horny frog say? Rub it. Oh, thank you. That's fantastic. Always a great joke. Glib just gave me 5. Congrats on the 500. Thank you, Glib. Glad to see you're working and got money to spend. Alrighty. Great Scott, thanks for the 3. Max, actual pronouns are exclusively red, blue, and green, and nothing else.
Yep.
Oh no!
How could you think that's good? How could you write the entire ending on one piece of paper?
Well, I think that was one of like dozens of pieces of paper. He just only showed us the one because the rest was all scribbles and burnt and turned to paper planes.
Lots of speculation from everybody. Oh, shut up, Mac. What do you know about it? Speculate my foot up your ass.
Hey, Shiny, how's it going?
Going well.
All right.
Hello, Shiny, the man who sounds exactly like me.
No, you sound like me. That's the difference. I was the original. You're the clone.
Oh, I'm the better upgraded version.
I think I sound better, but Americans can't tell the difference.
This is true.
No, they can't. Nor can Canadians or Hungarians or any other nation.
We're all equally confused as to what the devil you people are saying. This is true.
Ignorance.
Mm-hmm. It's usually hand over your country, but you lot seem to think we come in peace. So, all right, I will obviously head off now since it's late and I've got work and I've done my bit. I've bored enough people.
It's only midnight. Weak sauce.
All right.
Oh, it's only midnight. I have a manual labour job to go to in the morning. It's long, hard work.
Jobs. Imagine having one of those. Imagine being in education.
I was in education years ago. Didn't like it. Left. Make my own money. Don't spend any money.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time there, Hawk. We'll talk to you soon. Have a great evening with the missus.
Okay. She's already in bed asleep. So
smart
I'll go in quietly and not wake her up.
Okay.
Congratulations on 500. Here's the 500 more.
Oh God.
And I'll still be around for the 1000th episode.
Do you really want to hear Whisp scream for 500 more times about socialism?
It's already etched into my soul. So
yeah.
I'm sure, eventually he'll just start talking about the Third Reich and how it should rise again.
I've just got to the point where sometimes I do wake up in the middle of the night sweating and screaming because I feel that Whisp is ranting at me. And then I realise that it's just a dream. Go back
I feel the disturbance in the floor. That somewhere a Whisp has made a rant.
I feel a disturbance in the schnitzel. Something's happened somewhere.
Oh dear. That doesn't sound healthy. Okay. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, Hawk. Take it easy.
Bye.
So, Shiny, haven't heard from you in a while. How's it going?
Going well. I've been continuing working on some of my scripts, my videos, but I haven't had the time to since I've been doing a lot of work recently with university.
Yeah. So, how was what are you in your second or third year?
Second year. Getting very good marks. I've got top marks for like all the modules of the subject. So I'm doing fantastic.
Are you doing so well that your teacher's like giving you this is the right way to do things? Everyone look at Shiny's work right now And that's how
they
you-
don't tend to do that. They just say, hey, look, I'm going to show you how to do the things that you need to do for this module, and then they just let us do the module, and then they give us some learning resources, and they generally give us feedback.
Okay.
Maybe next year, though, because they do show like previous students' work. Maybe next time they'll say, this is Shiny Effects, and he made the bestest thing ever to be made.
I remember that because when I was walking around, this is like 20 years ago at my college, they have all the screens everywhere, and we would see the animation students and their demos, whatever they did for whatever project they were on. And because I came from a background already of animation and what have you, I went, okay, this is over animation. This isn't framed right. This is too slow. Like I could just pick apart the little things, but they were just showing off random people and their stuff. With you guys, you're probably way more advanced than all these other places that do animation and modeling and all kinds of other cool stuff. That they
the
want.
university I'm going to is like a pretty well specialized and lots of really good industry connections. And what's even better is that we often get module feedback from Industrial Lights and Magic.
Really? That's so your whole program is based around feedback from those guys.
Mm-hmm. Well, specific modules get feedback, but generally Industrial Lights and Magic have access to all of our work that we submit. So, like, when it comes to hiring, they can essentially see, okay, this person's made this work. Let's see who they are, what grades they got, and then see if they want to hire them.
Interesting. So even before you're done, they're looking at students.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of because visual effects artists are in high demand. They're kind of like vultures, ready to strike the moment they come out of education. It's all about trying to nab up the really good students before everyone else does.
Well, that sounds great because I know you were looking for not career opportunities, but you were looking to travel and see where you can go. And now it sounds like they're scoping everyone out now.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, I don't know what we can talk about in general because I was like, hey, you want to come on? You're like, yeah, sure. I showed you an article on was it Star Trek? Yeah. Favorite topic, isn't it? And
I've been talking a lot recently because I've been making a video on that.
Oh,
shameless plug.
Really? What's it about?
It's called News Trek is Not Star Trek.
Ah, wonderful topic.
I made a very similar video quite a while back when my videos were like stock through the animations with that clone trooper avatar. And it was the problem with New Star Trek, and it was like a horribly made video, like the animation's horrible, and like my argumentation isn't as great. So I thought, let's look proper this time. Have a go through all the problems that I've had with New Trek and compare it to the old ones. Like I've made a comparison between an episode of TNG called Hollow Pursuits about Barclay and another episode of Trek Shorts, which is called Trouble with Edward. And like obviously, if any of you seen Hollow Pursuits and Barclay, it's about a socially dysfunctional officer who comes into his own because he's given a chance by the people who are around him, and people that hate him really, like, and no one likes him. He doesn't integrate at all. Like they want to get rid of him, just ship him off to someone else. So it's not their problem anymore. But then he gets given a chance. He helps save the ship, and everyone likes him. Oh. It's the start of his journey anyway. And when it comes to Trouble with Edward, it's the complete opposite, where it's essentially just shitting on Edward throughout the entire episode. Like, he doesn't know what he's doing. Everyone else has to fix the problems around him. And when he creates the problems, he just doesn't want to fix them. And like, it's ridiculous.
And this is all
the whole episode. There's no arc. There's no purpose. It's just retarded.
For people who don't know, this is all in Star Trek Discovery?
Yeah, well, it's a sort of spin-off to Discovery called Trek Shorts, which is about 20 episodes or 20 minutes of Star Trek. Like they've made a few for Picard, they've made a few for Discovery.
Really?
Yeah, and this one is specifically Discovery because it features Discovery characters and yeah, they have the uniforms and reuse a lot of the assets.
Interesting. I have to go watch the Picard ones. I'm doing a review of the Picard show. I didn't know they did side stories. I know they had a lot of unused footage, I didn't know where they were getting it from, so it could be coming from the source.
I don't know how you access it on international, unless in Canada you have access to HBO All Access. But the way you used to be able to get Trek shorts was Netflix. So a bit of history with like Star Trek internationally being sold. Originally, they sold the international rights to Discovery to Netflix, and they snapped it up almost immediately because Star Trek, it's a big name, it's bound to get like lots of eyes drawn to it. Then Discovery kind of didn't do incredibly well, and they didn't want Picard when that came around because it's like, oh no, this wasn't as successful as we thought it would be. Bit is in the butt, moving it on. And then Amazon bought Picard at a much lower price, and they still weren't happy with it because they didn't buy Lower Decks until much later, and they didn't want to buy Trek shorts either. So instead, they just gave Trek shorts for free to Netflix to try and butter them up a little bit. And it still didn't work because they still didn't accept Lower Decks. And then they gave Lower Decks to Amazon. And later they removed all the Star Trek Discovery and Trek shorts from Netflix. So there's nowhere for me to watch Discovery other than Pirate Bay.
Oh, geez. Well, there's like 5 Star Trek shows now you could watch on that Paramount. Is it Paramount Plus? What do they call it now?
Yeah, Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
It was CBS All Access, but then they renamed it to Paramount Plus because CBS All Access wasn't doing too great.
Okay, so there's the 2 cartoons, the one classically drawn cartoon. You have...
No, it's not really classically drawn. It's made in like an animation software that it's... Some of the people that worked on Rick and Morty, funnily enough, did move to Lower Decks and work on it.
Right.
But it's not... It's 2D, but it's not classically drawn 2D animation.
I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
You've got Discovery, you've got Picard, you've got Lower Decks, and you've got
Prodigy.
What is it? Prodigy, and then you've got
Strange New Worlds.
Strange New Worlds.
Yeah.
That's it. Like they're just flooding the market, and I'm just wondering how the fuck are they managing to do that?
It's not for everyone. Yeah.
Maybe it's just doing really fucking well in China, or maybe it's doing really well in like I don't know, terrestrially inside of America or maybe Canada, because like where the fuck is all this money coming from? Who's watching this?
It's gotta be from the streaming service itself, and because it's a service, they don't really care who's watching what. They just think, okay, we have this idea and we're not done with it. We're going to keep making more. And that's when we heard the announcement of, I heard the announcement last month that they finished filming season 3 of Picard. And I was like, whoa.
Yes, they filmed 2 and 3 back to back. And the other day, they also announced the season 3 trailer before season 2 is even finished.
Which was, I mean, if you're going to kill any tension in the what's going to happen next, it's like, oh, they're not only are they all alive, they're bringing characters back from season 1 and then some, like Data or whatever they're going to do. Who knows?
Oh yeah, the Brent Spiner is going to be back. Marina Sirtis is going to be back. Like all the fucking TNG cast have been bought out, and they're coming back.
Except for who was the one that didn't make it? Wesley. Wesley did not make it.
I love that Will Wheaton was like live reacting to the trailer as it dropped, and he saw all the names coming up, and then you just see his face drop when he realizes he's not on it, because Will Wheaton has been such a fucking shill for these shows. Like he's been hosting an after show for like Discovery and Picard and all that, where he talks with cast members and like he just generally does like pop quiz questions like it's a fucking bar, and that's about it really. And he's just been simping for it, and they still won't throw him a fucking bone. I
actually watched the individual interviews. I know he did them. I was watching Red Letter Media's take of. They do 2 episodes at a time. They review them, and they were showing clips from him talking to Kurtzman and whoever, and it was like this guy is like he's like a 6-year-old girl. Getting all giddy about, oh, did you have to study? What'd you do to make this show? It's like, are you like aware of how things are made? Can you ask like a more technical or specific question aside from, did you watch the old series? Did you do this or that? It's like, dude, I get it. You were on the show. They didn't call you up the past 20 years. I know it's sad, but get on. Keep going. Do something else.
I love how Will Wheaton has like so little going on. I think he was hanging around with like Nerdist for a while, as well as like Geek and Sundry. Like perhaps had him for a while.
Yeah, he was doing those D&D things, I think, for a bit. He was on a few cameos for...
like I remember because I had a mate who's like another Star Trek fan, and I was talking to him, and it's so have you seen what Will Wheaton's doing? It's like, what, the Star Trek actor? It's like, no, I don't like particularly care. I was like, oh yeah, he's doing YouTube videos now, like Geek and Sundry. It's like, really? It's like, okay. And it's like, oh, and he's really cool because he's like one of us. He's like a geek. And I was like, is he? Okay. He's like, yeah, it's like one of us in Hollywood. It's great. It's like, is he in Hollywood? I haven't seen him in a film for like never.
Yeah, he was one of those child actors that just went nowhere after Star Trek. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's just still an actor. He just isn't in anything.
Yeah.
Like he's just trying to do whatever he can to survive, and that he goes for the lowest pickings.
I don't know. I just saw with cameos with The Big Bang Theory, but that's because of his geek sort of. They were looking for the geek status guy, and like that's him. I don't know why.
Yeah, and it seems much more like a gimmick than him actually being a geek.
I don't
know. He gives off such like a sub fellow geeks vibes.
I want to be part of the geeky team. It's like, what? Why? What's wrong with you? Yeah. Well,
so, I want to be cool, right? I'm cool. I'm hip with you guys. You guys know who I am, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to like think of him and another. It's a female actor who's on Charmed. I think she played the daughter in Commando to Arnold Schwarzenegger, Alyssa Milano. If you ever hear her and him on Twitter or talking social media, it's the same spiel that you would hear from any left-leaning style Hollywood person living in the western seaboard of America. Everything that the right does is bad. Our president's amazing. You know, everything that we have to do is good. And it's just this nauseating, like, can you get an original thought argument in your head about something? I can't believe you're still shilling in this manner that people want to hear you talk about politics when that's not what you're known for. You don't have anything important, original to say. You don't have an argument. You're just saying how bad America is because Trump was elected for 4 years and no one killed him while he was in his sleeper. So it's like, dude, geez, like, calm down. It's just
I believe Americans complain far too much. That's what I believe.
About everything, or just
about
politics?
everything. Well, because I suppose I'm trying to think about this. Because if you compare like most Western countries to everywhere else in the world, they have it extremely good. Or we all have it extremely good, I should say. And especially when it comes to like how progressive our cultures are, and like you always hear like how horrible and racist and sexist like Western society is, but like we live in a society where, you know, kids of different race can interact without like no threat to them, like where no one's gonna hurt them, and like no one gives a shit, no one cares. We're all just people in these countries just living our life. And if you did that in like South Africa, for instance, those children would not be safe playing with each other. Like if kids of different races or even different tribes, because of how divided their culture has been, and there's a lot of violence between them. And it's when you compare like the level of like real sexism to like what most people in America complain about, like specifically progressives, it's nothing. Like, people complaining that they got mispronounced, and that's, like, the worst thing in the world. No, it isn't. Like, there are women which are being fucking hanged and murdered, for random fucking shit in, like, countries in the Middle East and Africa, and it's like, oh, someone misgendered me. It's like, who fucking cares?
Yeah, no,
it doesn't hurt you.
We were laughing about that. If you looked at the second latest blog post on BioWare blog, they named people who are clearly have male and female names. And then right next to the name in brackets is he, him, and she, her.
Yeah.
And you're like,
And the thing is, I don't know why you need to tell anyone your fucking pronouns, because you don't talk to someone. Like, say, I would never say him, Smudboy. Like, if I was referring to you as him, he or him, it would be the third person. Like, I would be talking to LiteratureDevil, and if I was talking about you, then I would call you he or him.
right. It's like you're in the room with someone. You don't go, hey, you, or hey, he. You don't do that.
Hey, hey, them.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Or like the first pronoun, it's the second pronoun language is like gender neutral. Like, I can't think of a single word
Right.
that is like male only or female only, because it's all like you.
Not only
rather than
is it
him.
Is it proper grammar to use certain terms, but we were raised to communicate this way, and it's the polite way to address someone. If you forget someone's name, you don't call them hey you or he or she. That's improper. You're going to look like an idiot. You would say, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. What's your name? Thank you so much, and I'll call you this now. That's what you would do. You do not announce yourself like this. I don't know if you ever applied to jobs recently.
Yeah, you come into the room and someone says, "Hey, my pronouns are he, him."
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't need to know that. That's like not needed information.
If you apply to a job, this has happened the past, I'd say more than 6 years, but the past 2 years for sure. You have to fill out, let's say LinkedIn. You go to a LinkedIn profile, it's through their system, or go to their website to fill out an interview form. You have to specify. You're not forced to, but they want you to. So it's not one of those requirements. You have to specify what is your preferred
pronoun. You need to know the
pronoun.
gender of someone that you're hiring. Like, surely you hire them for the job. You don't need to know their fucking gender.
Right. It's and the religion, and if you're applying to America, whether you're a protected veteran or a protected minority,
just fucking hire someone.
Yeah, I know.
Hire someone who's best for the job.
I know.
Who gives a shit if they're a veteran? Like, we respect to veterans. Don't get me wrong, but like, if I'm hiring someone, I'm not going to hire them because they've been in a war. I'm going to hire them because they're going to do the job well.
Well, you know what? Americans like veterans. Believe it or not, everyone likes a veteran. That means that they worked overseas. They were in some sort of desk job / field work, logistics. It could be anything, right? But because they had that level of discipline, that's looked upon very favorably in America. It's a bit different the rest of the world, but I think most people, when they see someone who went to the military or the Marines or the Air Force, doesn't matter which, they say, oh, this guy knows discipline. It's the same thing whether you worked at a fast food joint, because that's not the greatest gig, but you learn how to get along with people, do your job, be efficient, show up on time, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to think that working at a fast food joint is easy. It's like, no, fucking ain't. They're really hardening you for so little fucking pay.
Exactly. So you're there to learn skills. You're there to get some experience. You're there to get a minimum wage job, and just get your feet wet. Just get some experience doing anything. That's great. Whether you're...
Alternative, you can literally do anything else that'll be a better use of your time and get you more money.
This is true. There are better jobs out there than fast food. I agree. But when you're looking for a job, that's a good start. Delivery is a good start. Even nowadays, if you're an adult and you have a vehicle, delivery is becoming very common amongst Americans, North Americans. I don't know what do they have? Lyft in Europe, not Uber yet. I think
we have Uber.
Oh, you do?
Never heard of Lyft.
Okay, you do have Uber. Yeah, Uber has become just everywhere.
For a while, it was banned in London because they didn't check that. Well, specifically in London, not anywhere else. But it was banned in London because they didn't do background checks, and it led to several murders.
Oh my God! Holy crap!
Yep,
that's horrible. Well,
they didn't check the person who was fucking driving the car.
Yeah, well now
no background checks.
Now they have like 4 flavors of Uber, so you can have like Uber Black and like Uber Premium and all these other.
Sounds like a fucking Pornhub subscription. Uber Black,
the
Premium,
the party Uber. Yeah, let's get the party limousine going. All the chicks in the back and the music and the drinks going. Where are you going? To work? Like, oh, thanks. Oh, jeez.
All of you, ace way to go to work.
Yeah, show up to work with all these chicks. They're like walking you through the door. See you, ladies.
Great.
Oh,
I saw a video of sort of like a guy in London driving around a tank to deliver, like to drop people off as Uber. And I was like, I want to do that. I want to buy a tank and then drive it around as an Uber. It's the most useless. It's really inefficient for the job that you're trying to do with it, but it'd be cool as fuck.
This giant the diesel engine just chugging along as you go down the street.
Unfortunately, it costs like thousands to get a bloody tank. But when you have it, you'll be fucking cool. Imagine sitting that in your driveway. No one would fuck with you if you had a tank in your driveway.
I would love to see the security system on a tank because people want to get in there. Like, oh, I want to get under the hood of that thing, and it's like this giant bolt just closing the clamp down on the lid. It's like, yeah.
Like they don't have like keys for tanks, do they? I don't know. I've never been in a tank. I noticed
they would have to have some kind of brace.
like activation. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Every tank's different, so yeah.
Because I can't imagine the locking mechanism on a tank would be that sophisticated, because you have to open and close it very quickly in like a battle situation. And usually when they're stored in very secure places. Like I remember I've been in Kettrick Garrison a few times, and like there's just this fucking like wall of like trucks and vehicles and all that kind of stuff, and that they keep it very well sealed off so like no one can steal it.
Yeah, it's not like you're trying to reenact a scene from James Bond where he's rolling around Russia.
That would be amazing. Just fucking steal a Challenger tank, just start driving it on the roads. Like, this is mine now. See you fuckers.
Man, I miss watching those fun films from the early 2000s. It's just what happened to them? They're all gone.
Oh, when films used to be fun.
Well, there are some fun, like they're just over the top fun now, like Fast and the Furious. They're just like too fast. They're too crazy.
That's like there's no middle ground anymore. So there used to be films that used to be kind of fun, like used to be fun and made some sense and was some level of grounded.
Yeah.
However, now it's just everything is either super serious and dark and horrible, or like completely off this world.
Well, that's the kind of work you might get involved in later on in your career, which is making CGI for movies and doing all kinds of crazy machines crashing into buildings and flying through on freeways and into other cars and other trucks.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to be doing yet, because like in visual effects, like any kind of pipeline that you'd have in like a factory or whatever, you have people who are like very good at certain things. It's like in the comic book industry. So in the comic book industry, you don't have one person that just does the entire drawing and then moves it on to like the text and just types in the text, and that you've got yourself a page. You have people who are very good at like the line artist, and you have someone who's very good at shading, and then you have someone that's very good at doing the text. So through doing that, you get people who, rather than just being kind of generally good at everything, like they're really fucking good at this one specific thing. It's the same with visual effects.
Right.
Where when it goes through the pipeline, you usually have people who work on like compositing, or you have people that work on the sculpting or the texturing or the rigging. So like these people that work on it are really fucking good. And I don't know where I want to specifically go yet. I'm leaning on compositor because compositors get a fuck ton of money. The problem is my compositing skills are like still very general, but
okay.
I'm there. I'm all right, but I'm not fantastic yet.
I don't know if did you see
a lot of my work has tend to be like 3D modeling and sculpting and clothes.
I don't know. Did you see the job posting on BioWare's Twitter? I don't know if you saw. I was talking with Hawk about that, and because they just announced like days before that they're going into production with Dragon Age and Mass Effect, and then you see this posting on Twitter of who they're hiring. Let me just give you the link there. There you go. And if you look at that, it's maybe you could tell me more. I know a lot about that stuff, but you can tell me about some of those in case you don't know. I'll explain it to you. But it sounds as if they're not ready to go into production if they're hiring for all these positions, especially for art and game design. It looks a bit like they're backwards, like they're not ready to go into production, let alone design work, if they're hiring all these new people.
The thing is, I do remember, I'm just looking through the list at the moment, but I do remember it was one of the Star Wars games that was set in the High Republic. Can't remember what it was called, but like it's struggling to get into production because they can't like hire the people they need. Might be a similar case here, but just looking through them, a gameplay director, a level design director, like looking for like very high top positions here in these games.
Right. The problem
this is definitely still in pre-production.
I know. That's what I'm a little concerned with, because I don't know the hierarchy. Like, you see senior, you see lead, you see director.
Well, director means that they're like a visual effects or supervisor or director. Like in certain like positions, they're called different things, but they're generally like the top. Like they have the final decision. It's like well, that's what it's directing a film. Like that, it's their vision for how they're controlling everyone who's working on it. Some of these listings are for SWOTOR because so narrative director is for Mass Effect. I assume a narrative director. It says game design, but I would assume that's like writing. But what's
the narrative director?
I don't know what that is.
In Mass Effect 2 was the guy who did all the cutscenes. He made all the visual, like he did the keyframes. He then did the lip sync. He'd make sure everything looks good.
So an important thing then. Gameplay director for Mass Effect, definitely an important thing that they're missing. Lead engine programmer. You get like these are lead positions. These are not positions in which, like, you can kind of miss out, but then you kind of want because it would like speed up production. These are very important positions that they haven't got filled.
Right.
Lead domain programmer, lead engine programmer, environmental director, senior visual effects artist, Dragon Age. Well, senior visual effects artist in games that tends to mean like the little effects, like the explosions, the fire, the gun shots, particles, and usually that's all done inside Houdini. Whether it's like a visual effects inside of a film, or if it's in a video game, it's all tends to be simulated in Houdini. An environmental artist, technical artist, because it doesn't help that they're all in like different games, but like they do specifically mention what these games are for, and
some of them don't.
Missing.
Which is odd. Like studio technical director, that's kind of a big. That's way up there. So, what would be the studio technical guy saying? Okay, we're using this stack, we're using this software, we're using these tools. This is how you use them. You have to write documentation on that. You have to give lessons on how to teach people how to install stuff and work on stuff. Like that's pretty high level stuff. And I was like, this is generic. This is for like Unreal. Maybe Unreal 5, I don't know. Maybe they're still using Frostbite for some of these.
I will say though, if they do make a video game in Unreal Engine 5, fuck, that's going to look sexy.
Oh, Unreal Engine 5 is
the sexiest Mass Effect game. Maybe not the most well written.
no.
But would be the most graphically impressive. The gameplay might not even be the best. Like, still, I think Mass Effect 3's combat is the best in the series. But it's going to look great because they've got Lumen. And Lumen, as for like global illumination and shading, oh my god, it is so hot. It is brilliant.
I like
it's like ray tracing, but it's like so much more faster.
Yeah.
And I even use it in my videos because like the rendering is like that. It's like a snap, and you get these great reflections. Beautiful.
Yeah, everyone should go watch the. Well, there's the original demo that came out last year, I believe, with the RTX. They're showing off the RTX card and what Lumen could do. But the video that came out last month from Unreal Camp, or whatever the YouTube channel is, has a few, like 7 million views or whatever it is. They talk about the 5 other things in Unreal 5. I think one of them was Nano, or it was
Nanite. Nanite is so video games tend to use a level of detail, and what it is it for every object will have multiple LOD meshes. So you'll have, for when an object is very far away, it'll have a very low poly character there in place of it, or like geometry or whatever you're using. And then when it's very close up to the camera, it will be a very high level of detail model. And essentially what Nanite does is it takes extremely high poly assets, and in live it will generate the lower level of detail, and it will do it incredibly well, and it will project the higher poly onto the lower poly live, and it is beautiful. It is brilliant.
Instead of using the traditional Z buffer technique, it'll just say, okay, how far away is it? Okay, we don't need that data. Don't load anything else.
It's just essentially you get higher poly models and you don't need multiple levels of detail. It'll automatically generate the lower level detail for you.
Exactly.
So that means that you can get very close to objects and it'll still, like, you'll get very high poly, and you'll get far away, it'll get lower poly, and you won't notice it, and it will not impact your like frame rate.
Yeah,
It'll
this
render
doesn't have to load
very-
anything else. There's no memory to swap for the higher level as you go closer. So I thought that was brilliant. I don't know how they do that though. I'm like, what's the?
I would not pretend to know what
Yeah.
the fuck it is either. I'm not a coder. I'm not a programmer. I am simply someone that makes models. Like if you ever done like visual effects or like Maya or Nuke X, it is literally just connecting nodes or like it's essentially you just not. I'm an artist. I'm not a programmer or coder.
Well, do you ever use tools like ZBrush? Is that still around?
Oh yeah, I adore ZBrush. I love and hate ZBrush at the exact same time. So ZBrush is brilliant for sculpting, but the layout is fucking arse. And I love it for sculpting because you can make such beautiful high detail models.
Yeah.
And I've used it quite a few times. And I've actually used that to make LiteratureDevil's Dr. Alpha 3D model, where I sculpted the head. But the main issue is just the layout. Like when you have software, generally, you have the file in like the top left corner, then you have edit, and then edit usually have settings, and then like the file you often have options like save as, export the file, yada yada yada, and it's a very traditional format. Zebra says fuck that, and it's everywhere. The layout is literally just laid out over the entire fucking screen. You don't know where anything is. It takes a while to learn where it is.
I remember seeing that it didn't come out the year of I was working. I think I had like version 2 or 3, but the character artists and the animators really were impressed with it. They were using Maya and 3D Max mostly in learning, and when they saw that, they're like, "Oh wow, I can just do a flip."
Yeah, because the sculpting tool in Maya are ass, and in Blender, as far as I'm aware, the sculpting tools are better, but it still has trouble with like really high poly geometry. So people just tend to use ZBrush for like that really high poly models alongside like retopologizing it inside of ZBrush and then exporting it to Maya and then using Substance Painter to bake those higher poly details into the lower poly mesh. So you get like that really nice normal map.
Wow.
And you can also bake ambient occlusion in there as well as curvature, which will help you generate the textures.
You must have a dozen or so licenses on your machine just to do all your work.
I have a lot. Well, I suppose what I have on my desktop. Obviously, I have Maya, I have ZBrush, I have Substance Painter, I have Nuke. I tend to use a lot because like there's lots of software that you need for certain things. Like Nuke is what I use for compositing. Maya will generally be what I use for like 3D modeling or hard surface modeling, or I use it for animation, or like even just like UV unwrapping. Substance is like really great for texturing, so I use that. And there's not really any tech tools for texturing inside of Maya. Like you can have procedural textures, but I don't think you can paint them. And then like there's nothing that can really do what ZBrush does, so I'll use ZBrush for the sculpting, and it's not like you have anything in one package.
Yeah,
It's all spread out.
Specialized because with the people who use it all the time, like with Blender is kind of a go-to for everything because it's free.
Well, Blender is just everything.
Yeah.
And it is what it's really good at is being incredibly accessible. But essentially what you have in Blender is the same package as what you'd get on like any other software like Maya.
Yeah.
Because like you have your very general software, that's your Maya, you have your Blender, but then you have software that are really specific in what they do, and they're fantastic at it.
So what are you working on now? I know you said for YouTube you're doing stuff for Star Trek, and you're going to be talking about that.
Track is not Star Trek.
Right.
I'm working on a group project at university where we're making a scene where a scary, totally not xenomorph rips out of someone's chest and scuttles along the floor before getting blitzed by a flamethrower.
Oh, that sounds like a fun group project, I guess. Did people come up with that? Was that your idea?
My idea.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we're talking about very socially awkward visual effects artists there. Like, I'm socially awkward, but I am the least socially awkward out of all of them. So they all just kind of swarmed around me.
Oh, Shiny
Like,
said
so,
something. Let's do it.
No one had any ideas. So I suggested this idea. Everyone seemed to love it. And then all of a sudden I found myself being the director of the project.
Wow.
And there's like 5 other people.
Well, I'm glad you're taking charge. So usually it gets assigned by the teacher, and they just randomly pick someone, and it's like, all right.
Well, what they did is they purposely split up friends because they knew like Actually, did they split? I don't think they perfectly split up friends, but what they did is they perfectly split up like the higher level students with the lower levels. So that way, it's kind of fairer among the groups. So of course, me and my friends are always the one working really hard at the end of the day, still up in the rooms practicing while everyone else goes home. Me and my friends got split up, and like we're now in the different groups, but we're the best in the groups though. Like it is like our core group, which is kind of leading each of them. So it's like me, Finn, and Damien all leading each of the groups.
So you're hanging out with all the top artists in the class.
Yeah. Well, it just turns out the top artists turned out to be my friend group.
Ah, okay. That's good to hear. No, I'm glad you're having a good time. Glad you're making some fantastic models. I saw a few on your YouTube channel when you were doing well, that was a while back when you were doing the new helmet.
I still make models, but I kind of wish I did just take the time out to stream while I was building them, because I think people found that very interesting, just watching me do it, because I suppose it's like when you watch a live stream of drawing, but it's a bit more technical. And I didn't think people would like that, but like those streams where I was making the Endar Spire were like really popular.
Yeah, I remember that. Not just for 3D, but even classical animation and was it the speed paintings? What are they called? People just draw.
Yeah, speed art.
Speed art, yeah. Always cool to see people do awesome things. And if you don't want to watch it, you have do the live stream and then just export that, speed it up by like 5% or I don't know 10%, and have people watch.
It's like some really generic. Was it like 2010 audio library YouTube free copyright stuff? The dum 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 dum. You remember those?
Oh,
I remember
God,
Postal's Junior used that a lot, and it's like really generic.
That was in like
I was watching a video randomly, and I just heard that music again. I was like, I haven't heard this fucking music in ages. Like, it must be really at the bottom somewhere of that library.
Oh yeah, that was fun. People were drawing in Illustrator or Photoshop, and they were just going with all these layers, and they were doing all these crazy techniques. It was happening within seconds. You're like, oh, how'd you do that? And you can't follow it because there's
Way to do tutorials.
Yeah, well, if you had a Wacom, it would probably be helpful to draw like that, but I didn't, so yeah, didn't help me too much. But it was fun to learn, and I went through that part in school, and I can at least have conversations with not people of your caliber. You're a bit too far advanced for me, but I can at least have a conversation where I don't look like a complete ignoramus talking about UV unwrapping or Z buffers and all kinds of great, cool technical stuff to make life more easier on a job, if there was in fact a media job I was working on.
I do have a bit of a plan. So, well, I have multiple plans, but one of them is that I want to make some like short animated shorts in my own universe to go on my YouTube channel, and that's kind of using what I've got already. So like the like my character, like the Guardian, this guy that I'm currently is my profile picture. I can use that for like multiple animations where he just fights things and like does stuff in like a story. So that's one of them, but that's a bit further off for now on the shelf. But my my other plan right now is that I'm practicing making characters, and one of the ways I'm doing that is I'm making LiteratureDevil's character Dr. Alpha from his comic book, and it's actually going pretty well. And then once I make that model and animate it and put it in a short, that can then be used as advertisement inside of like Comicsgate crowds for my work as a 3D artist making their characters, and then I can get hired by those people on Comicsgate to make like 3D animated trailers.
Interesting.
That is my grift. It's like
that's great. That's a side job. That's fine. It's totally cool.
Because, funnily enough, I do need money. So I'm thinking if I can perfect characters and I can kind of perfect the animation and rigging and all that kind of stuff. I have been looking into how I would theoretically make these animations. And I think to sell them to Comicsgate, it's going to be brilliant. It's going to benefit them because it's going to look awesome, and it's going to benefit me because I need money.
This is true. Yeah, and you at least have a portfolio outside of your schoolwork or your school reel, your demo reel, that you say, hey, this is to this company, this is to this client, and they could show that off in a website or whatever you want to do when you show off to a new prospector or prospective job opportunity. You always have that extra demo. They want to see more. They always want to see more of your work. It's like, I gave you like 2 gigs worth of video files. You want to see more? Here you go. Here's another reel. Yeah, they always want more. So that's good. Always have your professional portfolio going as well.
Well, that's why I have an art station.
Oh, really? That's that new website with the profiles, I believe you could have.
Yeah, I find it really useful because before I'd have to worry about like my portfolio of where I post it, and now I can just throw it up all on ArtStation whenever I'm done. I can just throw it to like people whenever I need to show off my work.
Mm-hmm. What was the original? It was a green website. What was that website that had?
I don't know. That's before my time.
A green? You don't have green websites anymore?
Nah. No one uses green on a website.
Oh boy.
Name one.
It was, well, Kabismo used to use it. I know a bunch of other artists did it as well. But they would get work that way. They would put their sketches up as well, their comic book art, and their 3D models. So that's been a while since I've been there. Anyway, Shiny, I don't want to take up more of your time. You've been great talking to me, and always nice to catch up on what you're up to and showing off your channel. I think I still linked to your channel in my description. I don't even know if I do that anymore, but I'll be sure to put it on today. So if you want to keep hanging around or go to bed, it's up to you. But we got more.
I don't mind.
You don't mind?
I can stay.
All right.
I'll stay for just a little bit.
Okay. Thank you so much. Eric, you there, buddy? I know you're on mute, so I can't. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't. Am I coming in clear, or is it?
You're coming in loud, not perfectly clear, but we can hear you. So thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
I was wondering. Bad Boy just messaged in the crew chat. Wanted to join in. You think we could invite him too?
Does he know what we're talking about?
I think so.
Okay. Well, this is your time to shine. So if you think he's going to be great, go for it.
Okay. Do you want me to invite him then?
I can get him. Alrighty. So we've been talking to Shiny about all kinds of things, video game and animation related, a little bit of Star Trek. So now Eric is here, and he's going to be sharing what exactly, Eric? What are we talking about now?
It was a video I stumbled across. I guess this YouTuber proposes the question, or he has the solution for a video game movie adaptation.
Ooh.
There seems to be, kind of an increase. I know recently there was the Halo TV show, and that hasn't been doing too well, especially.
I think with the Halo TV show, we need the final solution.
Oh God.
Yeah, if you don't know, they Master Chief took off his helmet, and it's just some white guy, and
it's just
at one point.
I think he was white before, but it was the problem that we saw his face, and it doesn't look right to see Master Chief's face.
There's plenty of things to argue about that show, but
he didn't sound like Mexican. He didn't sound like he was African, like anywhere else. And the voice actor himself was white, so you'd assume like the face would somewhat match the voice.
No, totally. I think at one point he starts acting like Batman, as everyone starts joking because he's interrogating somebody. Thought it was funny. Hearing Master Chief without his helmet.
It's the way he screams at people. Like he seems like the Punisher.
He does, doesn't he?
All right. So this video came out 3 years ago in June. It's got about only 3,000 views. This is a small channel anyway. And I'm glad you found it because this is very obscure. And I love obscure videos that we cover because, first off, they're fun to watch. No one has heard of this guy. And there's not going to be a big hoopla if we cover Dunkey one more time. That's always a bad idea. So, no name guys, I like. So let's see. 7.5 minutes. Not bad. It won't take too long. Okay. Let's go. Bad Boy, you there? Mr. Beta?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Alrighty. Now we're watching a video in. Let's see. Are we all together? Yeah, we're all together. Okay, good. At least I hope you're in there. Is that you, Bad Boy? I can't tell. Oh, you can use your proper name. Okay. Well, anyway, we're watching and watch together, and it's about 7.5 minutes. It shouldn't take too long. I like to watch this because I don't know what the hell is happening in Hollywood these days, or Europe, whoever makes these ridiculous video game to movie adaptations, live action, of course. They seem to have lost their minds of how to make stories, and I don't know why. You'd imagine people who grew up in the video game era knows.
If we were going to talk about this, it'd be like a whole other conversation that's going to last forever.
Why does Hollywood suck?
I think there's a lot of answers in general. Like, there's a lot less focus on craft, a lot more focus on hiring people because they agree with you, rather than like hiring them for like doing the best job. And like the very subjective idea, the idea that art is like very subjective and like you shouldn't be criticized. People who like aren't that experienced and don't have that much behind them giving massive jobs. Like I remember like half the writing staff for Lord of the Rings: Ring of Power, they've never written anything before. So like that, and they're writing for like a huge franchise like Lord of the Rings. Like, well, how the fuck have they managed to do that?
One of the sorry to cut you off, Shiny. I remember back when the first live-action Resident Evil movie came out. The reason why it's like that is because Capcom, who makes Resident Evil, they were worried that, well, if the movie is so close to the games, then people are just going to watch the movie rather than buy the games. That was their explanation for why that movie's like that.
Really? Because I remember 20 years ago, whenever there was a movie coming out, they had to have a video game come out at roughly the same time, and a board game, and some sort of other piece of media.
Just merchandise.
Yeah, stuff you'd buy at McDonald's or something like that, would get in as a toy for kids. So there was always this upsell to everything. And now it's like, oh, I'm on the streaming service. I can just watch it whenever I want and binge it for the next weekend, and that's that. Get on with life. So maybe times have changed. I don't know. I think we're still going to get more video game movies because video games are bigger than movies, and movies are struggling to catch up.
What it is, I don't think it's that the fact that video games are bigger than movies. It's that you have so many big video game titles, and with a big title comes like a lot of opportunity. So, for instance, what happened with Halo was that they wanted to make Halo a Halo TV show, not because, like, from a creative perspective, they thought, I have a brilliant idea for a story set in the Halo universe. What it was that we have a big franchise here with a big name. Let's abuse it. Let's use this name for a TV show because it'll make money. And then they just hired some fuck. It's the same with like most video game movies, like Tomb Raider, like a Hitman. The Hitman's an egregious example, specifically because I think it was for tax reasons that one of those films were made, and it was like the story of Absolution, but with a weird romance plot.
Didn't they make two versions of the movie? Sorry, I didn't mean that wrong.
Probably.
Well, we've heard rumors.
Because I remember there was the first one was the guy who is in the Mandalorian, and then the second one, which is I don't know that guy's name. It's a different Hitman.
Yeah, but it was made because of like a corporate demand rather than a creative passion.
Well, yeah, it's the same with Mass Effect. We heard that pitch for back in 2009, I think. And eventually they will do it. If someone has the rights, they will try to milk whatever dying franchise they are and put it on streaming, because streaming is now just sucking up all the talent. And they don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to make any more money. So they have to think, okay, what's popular? What can work? What can we use? What licenses do we have? And
making a film out of passion and making it out of like a corporate demand, like the results are night and day. And that's why just because every single video game movie is made out of corporate demand, that is why like video game movies get just like a bad rap. Like they can make some brilliant films. Like they could. There's some potential there inside these massive universes that these games have spent years building up over time, with all these like lore entries and stories that it tells from like the books, the comic books. But they don't care about that. They just think, okay, we need to make a film right now. But we hire that fuck over there. They don't know anything about the games. They don't know anything about the books. Just fucking hire them. And they know it's a big name. Like J.J. Abrams, for example, with Star Trek. He did not like Star Trek. and he even admits as such. But they hired him because, well, he was someone willing to take the opportunity as a stepladder to the next thing, which he went to Star Wars, and because they didn't really care. They just wanted to make a Star Trek film. Well, a Star Trek film, since they couldn't for the last few years because of like licensing issues with CBS and Paramount after they'd been split.
All right.
It's kind of surprising that I hear that J.J. Abrams doesn't like Star Trek, because there's so many references to like all the old properties thrown in there. You know,
it's the writing staff will tend to throw those references in, or like they'll just get someone who knows a little bit, like Tribbles, for example. Like Tribbles are thrown in there as a reference. But
yeah, that came out of nowhere.
J.J. Abrams has said on record that as a kid he did not like Star Trek. He liked Star Wars, and it shows. Like he doesn't like this franchise. Well,
here's a legacy for $1.99. With Halo, how many bad haircuts are we going to get? I don't think haircuts are the problem. I think cosmetics are not that a big an issue. I think it's the acting, the actual storylines, some of the characters.
Wait, did the guy have hair? I don't remember you. I thought he was bald.
Crew cuts? Yeah, those pretty much.
Yeah, he has a crew cut.
Yeah. I saw some clips.
I still can't believe we're 500 years in this universe, in this Halo show. We're 500 plus years into the future, and we're still obsessed with Nazis.
Oh yeah.
And people are still using AK-47s. And they're 30
with
years
the
in a war
modern day
with a
vehicles.
Covenant. Yeah. Where fucking was it? Chevy.
Oh, it's a Chevy, yeah.
All right. Let's get started with the video, guys. See what this guy has to say about adaptations.
And I don't know why Hollywood hasn't figured that out in 20 plus years.
Well, we've just went through the answer.
The Super Mario Bros.
Sorry, I'll pause it. Well, we've already been through the answer. It's corporate demand, not creative passion, that often fuels these films. There's the answer. It's not a difficult question to answer.
Well, that's your opinion, Shiny. We don't know yet.
It's not my opinion. We know for a fact how these movies are made. There's a boardroom that says we need to make some money, and it's like, oh, we have a franchise here called Halo, and it's like really big. It's got all the game nerds. It's like, oh, great, we'll make a TV show with it, and just use the name. And because people recognize the name from that game series that they may or may not have played, it's like, oh, let's watch it, and then they make the money.
Also, if you want to talk about ignoring the source material, Super Mario Brothers the movie was the best example of ignoring the lore and all of the games.
You can't adapt Super Mario to live action. It just doesn't work. You can't.
It doesn't have a story. That's the problem.
Can you imagine touching a flower and launching fireballs out of your hands and going into other worlds in a pipe? It's
you know what's funny? It's like they are making a Mario movie. Luckily, it's animated. Hopefully, with Chris Pratt for some reason, even though they have the original Mario voice actor.
Oh,
and that's
okay.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna construct the story around that.
It's star power. That's all it is. They know Chris Pratt's a big name, and they think, oh, let's use the big name.
Possibly. I don't want to think about that.
Save Peach from the Bowser character.
I think they got a little power hungry after they saw Sonic do well. They're like, oh, we could do that with Mario. It's like, no, you can't. Nope. Don't do it. Bad idea.
But I want my Super Smash Bros. Movie, okay? We're almost there.
Nintendo. Bad.
No.
Hands off. Stop
we
it.
have Pikachu and Sonic. We can do it.
Surrounding the cinematic adaptations of video games, because most of them suck. As a whole, video game movies are very subpar, and people usually forget they exist after studios stop marketing the theatrical releases. Which isn't surprising, since there are only a handful of video game movies that have a higher rating than 30% on Rotten Tomatoes. And it's a shame, because film is my favorite medium for storytelling, and some of my favorite narratives of all time come from video games. But for some reason, studios haven't figured out how to turn this into this, without butchering the material. Comic book films were in a very similar position before Fox released the first X-Men movie in 2000, and studios started to realize there was a potential market for adaptations of those properties, which led to Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, the Dark Knight trilogy, and the creation of the largest film franchise of all time. Video game movies seem to be headed in a similar direction, with the praise and financial success of Detective Pikachu, the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog film listing to backlash from fans, and Sony establishing their own in-house production company to adapt their intellectual properties into films. Studios are starting to seem like they actually care, and because of this, the next decade could very well be the age of video game movies, with Detective Pikachu playing a similar role to Fox's X-Men for the genre. In which case,
I'm gonna say,
I have some notes for
I
studios
doubt it.
attempting to
I really doubt
This video has not aged well. This video has not aged well.
The
Not
Pikachu
particularly.
cinematic universe, I doubt we'll ever see. So, not quite the same thing in the Marvel.
It was just a fun one-off movie.
I didn't.
Ryan Reynolds voices the Pikachu. Cool. Look at all these Pokemon.
I thought it was a joke. I had no idea.
That was pretty much the selling point. That was pretty much the selling point. Ryan Reynolds as Pikachu. That's the only reason people went. Hell, that's the only reason I went.
It's the only reason why people watched Sonic is they had what's his face playing Eggman, Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey. Oh, he's done, by the way. He's done with
quit
acting.
after Sonic 2. Like Jim Carrey, I watched the Sonic movie specifically because of him, and honestly, the Sonic movie was complete crap. But anything with just watching the Jim Carrey scenes was somewhat redeemable.
Agreed.
Like, I know there's a lot of people that like that film.
Movies coming out.
I know a lot of people like Sonic. It's a terrible film. Like it is abysmal. Like, it's one of the ones that to enjoy it, you have to really turn your brain off of everything.
It is just meh. You know, Sonic's
Also,
usually a cool character. They made him like needy. I don't know why that was.
It would have been really worse
it's
if they
kinda
kept the original design.
Oh, God, that would have been
It would have been worse.
Oh,
But
then
I'm
we can
surprised this
see
guy is- I'm surprised this
original
guy's
design for
referencing-
Tails and Knuckles.
Fuck, they should have had like the original cut of the Sonic movie, where it's just like in the horrible CGI version with the horrible face. It's like a
The
really
Zack
weird-
Snyder cut, yes.
God.
Release the horrible
yeah, it
face
was-
cut.
But yeah, I was gonna say, I'm surprised this guy's referencing I think it's the 2013 Tomb Raider movie. Yet we had like two other ones before this with Angelina Jolie.
Which
Yeah.
weren't horrible.
They weren't horrible. I mean, I guess I
Weren't
guess
they
I could say
success?
they were true to the spirit of the game.
I think
I haven't watched
Well,
those.
2013 was trying to adapt the reboot Laura, which is
Yeah.
not as interesting as the original.
It's not
Which
Laura.
came out, like,
It is
years
not
after the
Lara.
reboot.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, let me run with this. Lara Croft in those video games is not fucking Lara Croft. Get the hell out of here. I was sold on the premise of
But
the
they
reboot.
say it's Lara
I
Croft.
was sold on it because it with the idea that this was the Lara Croft that this is how she evolved into the hero we knew, and you can sell the first game on that premise, but then she doesn't evolve past the first game. She's always overwhelmed by everything. She's always got like a really like blank character. She's just a blank character who just overreacts.
That's not true. She got the two guns in the first game.
Yeah, but again, she's just
At
the same
very end
character.
of the
She
first
doesn't-
game.
She doesn't evolve. Or it like past the first game into the character that we know in Tomb Raider.
Because we have to build
That's
to
the
it.
problem.
We have to keep building.
They had
every
3
game.
games. They had 3 games to build to it, and they did
No,
nothing with the
No,
other
that's
2.
not enough. We got to do like 4 or 5 more.
I think didn't they announce
Are
like
they-
they're
are they
making
even
another
making-
Tomb Raider game
even
like in
making-
Unreal Engine 5?
Yeah, I was just
Yeah, they're making a new one in Unreal Engine 5. They announced it a while
are they?
back.
Ooh,
Yeah.
really? I can
But-
get behind.
Make it fucking Lara Croft, for God's sake.
Yeah, I think Tomb Raider games are they're not hard to make. They got the formula figured out. They did a reboot or the soft reboot, and people seem to like that. They put the survival horror
Yeah.
element as a small. It was kind of
While
like
shoveling
death porn.
like Uncharted sequences.
Yes, yeah. It borrowed from Uncharted. Yeah, for sure.
Very heavily.
Yeah. So
Which is ironic.
because it was inspired by Tomb Raider. Yeah, for sure. So I'm glad that it's still around, but it's not hard to make those games. they didn't screw up the formula. I think they did a
With the reboot games, they just did what they did with the first reboot game because it was successful, and they did it again. That's the best way to describe that trilogy. It is not a trilogy; it is 3 games that they remade. Like, well, we'll do the first game again. Oh, we'll do it again as well. And that's why I think a lot of people started to drop off, because the story didn't really go anywhere. It was not planned. It did not evolve. It was the same fucking game with different levels and different
We have to
puzzles.
stop Trinity.
If you're on the third video game and it's still her origin story, you're messing up bad.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, at the very least, it should have been the end for origin story.
Into movies. As is the case with books, plays, and TV shows, creative liberties need to be taken to...
Also, very quickly, the format is very generic. Like, you could interchange the format with, like, Cosmonaut Variety Hour, and like, nothing would change. It's like the exact same delivery, the exact same editing, and it kind of bothers me a bit because I don't like nothing against the guy, because I'm sure he's probably, as a small YouTuber, he's still finding his place. But if he ever did see this, my suggestion would be to try and break out into his own format to stand out and like make himself a bit more unique, because I really don't like it when everyone just makes them the same on the market. Like trying to follow what other people do.
You don't want to deal with another Cosmonaut?
Well, it's just the form. Like, if everyone goes by the exact same format, with doing the exact same voice, with the exact same editing style, it becomes very boring. Very repetitive.
No, I hear you.
All right.
to some degree in order to convert a concept from one form of media to another. But as is true with the adaptation process, you need to be careful about how much and what you change from the source material. Take Doom, for example. The game is about a nameless marine who fights demons from hell on Mars with a ton of crazy, over-the-top action and a vibrant red color palette while heavy metal music plays in the background. So how did they adapt that into a movie? Generic military goons, zombies, and dark hallways. Maybe the movie...
I thought that was really funny that they actually had made a Doom adaptation starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I never knew about this, and now I have to go see it.
Yeah,
No, terrible.
It's pretty terrible. Yeah. It's pretty terrible. I mean, you know, say what you will. I think Dwayne Johnson would have made a great Doom guy. I mean, as long as he shut the hell up and never took off the helmet, sure. You know, he would have been fine.
He's got the physical body to be like this.
Exactly.
Dude.
Exactly. Yeah, and get rid of everybody else. You know, honestly though, Doom doesn't really have
Carl
much of a
Urban?
story. Yeah, Carl Urban. Yeah, I mean,
I think it would be interesting and something quite unique if they made a Doom movie with a complete silent protagonist.
It would be more like Army of Darkness without the quips. So it could technically work, but it wouldn't be as entertaining.
I think you can still make it entertaining because I think generally in writing, you can make anything work as long as you like put the effort in to make it work for the story. Because often the biggest problem is that it either doesn't make sense or it causes problems with the narrative or how you enjoy the story and just in general ways, like how it functions.
I was gonna ask. I mean, don't a lot of people play Doom just because the gameplay is really fun? They just disregard the story. I mean, I'm not trying to assume things, but
well, there isn't much of a story. Have a story. Well, the latest Doom games have a story.
It's
barely there.
It's still not that much though. You're still kind of just going through the world, and the story kind of happens in the background. And there isn't. Yeah, you're right. There isn't much attention put on it other than. You're told multiple times, be careful with this thing, and you're like, oh, no, I'm just going to crush it.
I'm trying to remember the...
You can't just shoot a hole into Mars.
I'm trying to remember that game. Was it called First Person Shooter or something else where it was just a guy... It was like a GoPro cam, and he was like running around and doing all these things from first person. And it was something like Hardcore something.
Yeah, Hardcore Henry. Hardcore Henry.
Is that what it was?
Oh, that movie? Yeah.
Yeah, Hardcore Henry. That was it.
Okay, because that was at least on a concept alone. That was all it was. It was just a guy running around. There might have been a story in there, and it seemed to be pretty cool to watch. Like, it's just, okay, this is what we're doing. It's a gimmick. There's a bit of a background here and there, but it wasn't overly complicated. And they could have made the storytelling more sophisticated. They could have had some twists and turns. Wasn't essential. But it's all about the visuals. It's all about the concept of having a GoPro and running around and doing crazy things. So that, I think, is something that maybe a film crew that focuses on stunts would do. It'd be like they'd be really good at that, and make sure it's not a shaky cam. Make sure the GoPro is on some kind of suspension so it doesn't jump around like crazy, like you're watching Quantum of Solace or something. That would work.
And the main character didn't talk in that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't talk at all. At least I don't think he did.
I don't think so. Yeah, that was the idea. It was just this crazy, like you were playing a game, but it was a movie. And it was like, oh, okay, cool. Anyway.
It would have been more enjoyable if you could see anything. This movie barely has any color because you can't see the movie. Come on, Tony, you're an Oscar-nominated director of photography. Also, they renamed the BFG, a signature weapon from the games that literally stands for Big Gun, to Bioforce Gun? What were you trying to accomplish with this? The movie already has an R rating. There was no reason for this change. And will someone tell Tony to turn on a goddamn light for the love of This is an example of taking too many creative liberties in the adaptation process, and it falls into the category of adapting a property in name only. If you're making a movie based on a video game, your goal is most likely to rely largely on brand recognition in order to sell tickets. But if the product you're giving fans doesn't remotely resemble the property they love, you're gonna do nothing but piss them off. This is why a balance...
Yeah, I don't remember her being a
delivery girl.
Pizza delivery. Yeah, like what?
Lara Croft.
I didn't watch that movie.
She's inherited
Why did he have to
make
that distinction?
Working for Deliveroo.
Why did he have to make that distinction? He said this is from the Tomb Raider movie. Yes, the Lara Croft one. It's like, I'm sorry, there's other Tomb Raider movies that don't star Lara Croft?
Maybe he forgot about them. I don't know.
I don't. Her delivering food. That's a new one on me. I was like, oh, wow, I didn't know she did that.
Well, to be honest, I would not complain if Lara Croft delivered my food.
If it was Angelina Jolie 20 years ago, yeah, sure.
Yeah, totally.
Well, even Lara Croft in the reboot games, that'd be pretty fucking cool. Like, she just starts jumping over roofs to get your accommodations.
Destroy all the shrubberies and fences, yeah, that'd be great.
Just arrives with this big Deliveroo package. It's like, hey, this is your pizza.
You'll destroy
pizza. She's dual wielding 2 guns.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, freaking the Trinity comes along and tries to kill you and tries to steal the pizza. Maybe they gotta
to fight this weird
take over the world.
Ancient god on the way here. So it might be a little cold. Sorry for the 2-hour delay.
All right.
Between change and familiarity is essential.
Oh, what the hell is this? What? That looks so dumb.
Assassin's Creed.
What is
Assassin's Creed.
That axe on the back? Like, come on, dude.
Isn't that like a halberd or something like that?
Yeah, actually, I can't remember. I know that it was what in Spain.
Yeah,
I can't remember what year it was. I didn't remember. I fell asleep in that movie. It was just so boring. Because they focus so much on like, well, I like him, but he was given nothing. So
I like him too, but you know,
boring. They focus too much on like the modern day section. I don't know why.
Well, if you're an assassin running around with an axe on your back, probably not the most stealth oriented look you want to go for.
Also, they're standing out in the open. It's like, hey, there's like 12 guys standing on top of that roof up there.
Yeah, well.
They're the Brotherhood. I mean, the games kind of do that anyway. I mean, they have no direction where they want to take Assassin's Creed anymore, so they've just thrown their hands up in the air and, hey, we're going to bring back Desmond, so maybe now we'll get back some of our...
Yeah, ancient Japan, or ancient this place. Ancient's like, okay, why not? Okay, let's do that.
when handling products with an existing fan base. Out of every video game movie, Detective Pikachu has done the best at finding this balance, in my opinion. Where Detective Pikachu succeeds is not its ability
The thing
to
is, though,
adapt.
it's not really adapting a video game. It is just a story inside the world of Pokemon. So
I don't even think it adapts the Detective Pikachu game.
No, it's got nothing to do with the Detective Pikachu games. It's in the sense name only that he used before.
I still can't get over they use Ryan Reynolds. I thought he was joking. I thought that was a joke because he was promoting his other films. I was like, what?
Well, I thought it was going to be Danny DeVito originally.
What?
I'm not joking. I heard a rumor they were saying Danny DeVito was going to voice Pikachu, and I thought, okay, I'll watch that movie. And then it turned out to be Ryan Reynolds. I was like, oh, I'll still watch it. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know. I thought it was a missed opportunity to get Danny DeVito.
Oh, yeah, well.
I think Jim Carrey and Sonic sells the movie much better than Ryan Reynolds and Detective Pikachu. Because in Detective Pikachu is very tame.
It definitely changes the look I have of Pikachu watching the cartoon than watching a movie with Ryan Reynolds voicing.
Even the cartoon, I think Pikachu finally talked in one movie.
Huh.
And everyone got really pissed off.
Yeah.
In the games, Ash is still, well, not in the games, in the TV show, Ash is still 10 years old, and he's been around the entire fucking world how many times now in the span of 1 year? How the fuck's he doing this? He should be 20 something by now.
Old and grizzly and just tired, fed up with all these.
He's
Old
the
man
master
Ash
in
Ketchum.
every. He's the master in every single region ever. Pikachu should have evolved 10 times over.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Pikachu should be level 100, bodying anyone they come across.
Story or gameplay of main series Pokemon titles, but in how it adapts the feeling you get from playing a Pokemon game. Take away the lackluster characters and basic story, and you have a film that really makes the world of Pokemon come to life on screen.
Oh,
which
your
is an
effects right there.
essential part of getting fans of the series on board for your movie. I hardly get that vibe from Assassin's Creed, Tomb Raider, or Silent Hill.
Does Detective Pikachu really give a feel of Pokemon? Pokemon are in it.
They made a Silent Hill film?
Yeah, there's two.
Holy. Oh my.
The first one was okay. But they gender swapped the main character. In the game, it was a guy, Harry, I think it was. In the movie, it's Harry's in it, and he's played by Sean Bean, but it's his wife that goes to Silent Hill. I forget her name. She's a French actress. She's been in a lot of movies. She was in Pitch Black with Vin Diesel. She was the blonde-haired pilot lady. I forget her name.
Oh.
Yeah, her. She's in the first Silent Hill movie.
Okay, because...
And Sean Bean's in the second one, very kind of briefly, I think. I never saw the second one.
Well...
And and the second movie copies heavily from the third video game, Silent Hill 3.
Wait. They skipped the second... What?
Yes.
That was the best game.
And they throw in references to the other games. They throw in a reference to Downpour. They throw in a reference to what was the one where you played as a trucker? I forget the name of it. Origins, Silent Hill Origins. That's how Alyssa, the character Alyssa, gets to Silent Hill in the movie. She hitches a ride from the trucker from Origins.
Oh my... Silent Hill 2. Guys, if you've never played Silent Hill 2, that is probably one of the better gaming and storytelling experiences in the PlayStation era, I believe. And there's so many wonderful themes and characters and the tone and the atmosphere. Oh, it's fantastic. That would have been so easy to just okay, here's this scene, just adapt it, make it as creepy as hell. Here's the fog machine, here's the lighting, blah blah blah. It's a horror story. Fantastic. Go for it. No problem. And you're saying
we got
Pyramid Head's in it too.
Well, yeah, but they skipped over the second one to do the third game. Wow. And of course, they screwed that up as well. Oh, good lord!
They still throw in the cult element too. Like there's
Okay.
a cult worshiping Alyssa and all that jazz, you know.
Right.
But yes, Pyramid Head's just in it for no reason. He's just there.
Oh my god. Oh, such a cool story. Anyway, yeah, let's keep going.
And this idea is where I feel video game adaptations fail the most. Too many of them have put their focus on visually adapting gameplay on screen, and in the process, the feeling of excitement and immersion you get from
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know what
not-
that means. That we're trying to visually put the gameplay on screen.
No,
Because it wouldn't
I
make
don't think
sense.
I don't think that's what the problem is. I don't even think that's what they're intending, to make it seem like put the gameplay itself on screen, because usually they're adopting the plot of the stories like very loosely, and that's what you see with all the video game adaptations. They take notes and beats from the plots of the games and then kind of plot them in a movie, and then loosely follow it. That's normally what they do, not like the gameplay thing.
It would be hard to adapt a 60 or 40 hour experience to a motion picture, and yes, a lot of that is
You can't.
gameplay. Well, it's not
You can't,
impossible
because it's an interactive experience. Video games,
Right.
like
Well,
for
what
example,
about, like-
a puzzle game. For example, the enjoyment you get from a puzzle game is actually solving the puzzle. You can't do that in a movie because it is not you who's the protagonist.
Sure, but
It's someone
Which-
else in a film
funny
that is
because
doing all the interactive bits. It's like watching
I
someone
hear-
play a game rather than actually participating in the game.
Well, I hear they're making a Tetris movie. I don't know how that's going to
what?
work.
No, that's stupid. I can't believe no. The concepts for cutscenes are already one-to-one. It's not going to be hard to adapt. It's games like Silent Hill, where there is a lot of atmosphere and exploration that you have to cut down.
You say that, but they failed it in every single video game movie adaptation.
Yes, apparently.
You say
Well,
it's
Pretty much,
easy.
yeah.
Well, and it makes me question, like, do we really need to see the video game adaptation?
No,
Because- yeah,
No.
With
yeah,
certain,
that's what I feel like.
with
And-
certain games where the stories are watchable, what games you wanted to show your dad or your mom or your friends, like, hey, here's a really cool
well,
game,
Uncharted.
right? Yeah, see that translates very well to a movie because it's mostly cinematic anyway, and all the action is done for you. They have all the set pieces there. There's gonna be a ramp here. There's gonna be a bus there. He's gonna be climbing up. Like, it's all done, and that would translate very well. You just have to have proper setup for characters and their backstories and their motivations. The rest writes itself. It's all
And
in
you
the game.
need
But-
executives, and you need executives that listen, because we had that Uncharted fan film with Nathan Fillion
Yes,
years back, and we all pointed at it and we said, "This, we want this,"
exactly.
and Hollywood said, "Okay, Tom Holland, got it."
We're gonna have Marky Mark, and that film was in production
Oh,
for like
God,
how
that
many
pissed me
years?
off the most.
Oh, dear.
He was too old to play Nathan, so we'll make him play Sully.
Like,
He
look
has
at
no mustache.
look at a complex game like Deus Ex Human Revolution or any of those newer cinematic games with choices and dialogue. Like, you would say, okay, we can't do half of this stuff because it takes too long to get from scene to scene. The levels are too big. The levels are part of the story. Like, you can't do all of that. You would have to water down the script and focus on the drama. So you get Adam Jensen, and he's concerned about his girlfriend, and she's tied into the main plot. So it can work. You just have to water a lot of elements down and focus on drama. So there's not as much action. There's not as much, he's climbing through vents all the time, because that's pretty much what you do in the game, is go through vents. It's not very interesting. So you have to do enough gameplay nods while still focusing on the main elements, which are the drama, the characters, and their desires. You can do that. It's all presented for you. You just play the game. You take screen caps and film it and say, look, we're doing 1/8 of the game. The rest will be filler for drama and dialogue, and the major beats will still be there. It will work. I can guarantee it will work. It won't translate very well, but that's why we have acting. That's why we have directing for camera angles and lighting and techniques to have drama and action, suspense and horror and all kinds of great stuff, because that is an adult story. It's futuristic. It's not too sci-fi. It's just far enough where you can play with themes and even do something original that's not even in the story. You could probably play with that too.
But even in like certain games, when you're talking about like 40 plus hours or however many hours it takes, I'm trying to think like how do you condense that in like under 2 hours or 3 hours, however they want to aim for it, or however many movies that they want to make.
Yes, you have to analyze the entire experience, which takes time. You can't just play the game and go, here are my notes. It's like this happens, and what happened in this scene? This 10-hour experience, level, exploration, fighting, all these things. You say, okay, what can we do? What actually is this game about? What are the core components of gameplay? How do we translate that? You have to have these conversations with everyone involved, the actors, the director, the CGI guy, all the people involved. Say, what do you want to do? Then you plan that. Like this is pre-production. This is before this is before pre-production. This is like planning. You have to get everyone involved saying, here's our team of 15 specialists. Here's cosmetics, here's makeup, here's costumes, here's set design. You figure it all out. That takes a lot of dev, a lot of like 3 months of just like creative concepts. Going boom, boom, boom. Can we do this? How much will this cost? It's not impossible. Certain games, I would say, are impossible. Deus Ex, there's just enough to work with, I would say. I would argue. Anyway, it wouldn't be easy, though.
From playing a video game is completely lost in adaptation. When watching Assassin's Creed, I want to put myself in the shoes of the assassin, not listen to people talk about bullshit pseudoscience. When watching Silent Hill, I want to experience the fear of that environment, not watch Pyramid Head act like a generic horror movie villain. Also, I'm sorry, Bioforce Gun? Seriously, why? The purpose of a video game movie should be to bring the charm and excitement of a video game to an audience that may or may not ever pick up a controller. If I'm paying to see a movie,
well, not
based
necessarily,
on a video game
because the purpose is not like a video game where it came out of like an actual desire to make an experience. It is just its entire purpose as a film. The reason they're making it is not to put the experience for what ideally it would be, but the way that they make them is not that they want to put the experiences on there. They literally just do it for milking the money out of a franchise.
In the case of Assassin's Creed, that seems to be the case because the obvious translation would have been to take the Ezio story and condense that. And that, because it's all very singular. You have a main character, he's got a family, he's got motivation, he's got conflict. It's all set up there. And you do that within the backdrop of here's a CGI world of ancient Florence or medieval Florence, whatever it is, a Renaissance. Like that's not cheap. You have to get really good. I mean, you could film in Florence, I guess, currently, but you would do most.
Well, it's really expensive. Like most places that usually tend to film in Florence tend to be like they don't film there. They film in places very similar, like with similar architecture.
Well, you'd have to get either the actual architecture or you do CGI, and that's what I mean. Like it'll be expensive.
There are places built by like the same people that look very similar and that they can sell, which is it's a very common thing to do because the modern places have changed a lot, so they need to find places which are still intact visually, that they don't have to dress up too much, that aren't going to cost them a fuck ton of money just to shut down for a few days while they film.
Right. With the action scene I saw on the rooftop there, that's all translatable. That's 1-to-1. You could take the game scenarios and just put that into a movie. That would work totally fine because those are based off actual movements of combats. So there's all these things you can do. The problem is you got to focus the story in a simplistic way that is not so convoluted. You have all these characters running around. There's a brotherhood, and they're jumping on buildings, and they're going back and like this. The main story.
My thing is that I don't know. This is why I go back and forth on this. It's like, why not just watch the game? Like maybe you could compilate all of the cutscenes all together and watch that video instead of a movie. Where like who's gonna match Roger Craig Smith, I believe, who voices Ezio? Like, can they find the actor that character, and they do that story because that's he's 17 when he begins his assassin career, and then he's like 40, 44 maybe by the end of the game. So how do you do that like in 2 hours? You do multiple movies for that, and that's just been my thing about it.
You know what?
Yeah, like that's one of the biggest problems with like video game adaptations. The fact that it's very difficult to get actors that both look and sound like the character. I think The Witcher was very lucky to get Henry Cavill because he does. At least I thought he looked and played the part. Like he looked like he was straight out of the games. He sounded like he was straight out of the games. His voice matched perfectly. But a lot of actors do not have voice actor training. They cannot control their voice to make them sound like someone else. They've only really trained in like faking emotions or reactions that they would need in certain scenes. So like you get some actor off the street to play Master Chief, they're not going to know how to control their voice to make it deeper. I'm Master Chief, that kind of thing. They're just going to get some random ass generic Punisher looking fuck.
Yeah, they should have just hired, as in most cases, they should just, especially with Master Chief, they should just hire the actual voice actor, keep the helmet on, and if he takes the helmet off, then just do that.
No, just don't.
Even
just don't take the helmet off.
If there's a good reason to break taboo, then give us a good reason, right?
No, there's no reason. There is no reason to take off Chief's
no
helmet.
reason. None.
They've never found a reason to take off Chief's helmet in any of the games, ignoring 4, which it's only a sneak peek anyway. Don't fucking take off the helmet. It's a simple rule. Don't do it. Fuck off.
Yeah, I mean they did that in Dread back in 2012 with Carl Urban. Like he kept the helmet on for the entire movie.
Good movie. Yeah.
And also,
it was like made for cheap as chips as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like filmed in South Africa, I think it was too. But I was going to say, I think Halo, the TV show, could have worked, and I've said this on Morning Nonsense, if we didn't focus on Master Chief and Cortana. You know, expand the universe. Tell stories that are... No, I'm just saying, like, tell stories that are, like, in the Halo universe. Like, give mention to,
I'm
Halo
saying that would have been good. I just didn't know the show was just focused on Master Chief and Cortana. Oh boy.
Funnily enough, like a very long time ago, me and Glib, must have been a Morning Nonsense, I don't think it was on Smudcast, were talking about video game adaptations, and what that kind of conclusion was in our discussion was that essentially you try not to adapt the main stories, but make spin-offs in those universes, and we used Halo as an example. That it'd be quite difficult to take the experience of playing Halo and turn that into a story, and there isn't really much purpose in telling the Halo story again because they've already done it. The best case scenario in retelling the Halo story as a film, it's exactly the same and adds nothing, and therefore it has no purpose. At worst, you've taken the story and made it worse. So there is not really much to gain from just straight up adapting the story, which is why we talked about spin-offs specifically, and that there are so many stories that you can tell within the universe of Halo or Mass Effect or any of these other game franchises. But they won't do that because they not only want the name recognition for like the franchise, they also want the name recognition for the characters because they want someone called Master Chief because that's the character in the video games. It's the member berries. It's what everyone would come to watch Halo for. And it could have been a prequel story. In fact, it shouldn't have been 30 years into the war. The Covenant shouldn't have anything to fucking do with it. If anything, it should be following the lines of the Fall of Reach books, where it tells the origin story of the Master Chief and leads into the beginning of the Covenant War. That is like, there's so much potential for stories that you can tell, even if you only use the books generally as a guideline and just only treat the games as canon. There's so much they could fucking do, but they didn't.
I think that's a very creative approach, but people that are fans of the show will go for recognition of the name, but not for the actual story, because they want to see the things they are recognized by, which are the main characters. And the same with Mass Effect. They make a Mass Effect TV series or movie, they want to see Commander Shepard. There's no question about that. So if they do a side story, it's not going to sell as much. Anyway,
Well, it won't. But then we're not talking about like the monetary aspect of trying to jam as many people into movie theaters as possible. We're talking about the aspect of how you would make a good video game adaptation.
All right.
Like creatively wise.
Anyway, Dunn, how's it going, my friend? Dunn, Captain Commander.
Dunn? Sigma Dunn? You here?
He's here. I see him. Mic's on. Well,
I don't hear the
I think
fan.
you realize. I think you realized we're not watching a Maggie May Fish video.
Find out.
damn it! Why am I here? Well, we're going to talk about books
Maggie May Fish is a
later.
video game.
But while we're here, we'll get to the video and finish that off. I think Shiny needs to go to bed. All right.
Yeah, I'll pop after this video.
Chances are I already own that game, and I don't want to watch a clip show of footage from that game recreated with real people. For the most part, it seems video game movies are too focused on making a video game movie and forget to, you know, make an actual movie. Take the video game property away. If your film can't stand on its own, you haven't done your job as a filmmaker. To circle back a bit, Detective Pikachu has gotten tons of praise from Pokemon fans, but a large portion of audiences and critics who are unfamiliar with the series have said the movie is way harder to enjoy if you know nothing about Pokemon. If you're making a movie for the fans, and they're not the only intended audience, then don't release something that alienates anyone who hasn't played the video games. Another major issue I see from studios is their uncanny ability to...
But how? I mean, how would you not know about Pokemon? It's like the biggest selling thing out there.
Well, okay.
Like
Think of it. Yeah. Think of it as
the thing is, though,
appearance.
like, there's not the lore of Pokemon is not really used that much of in Detective Pikachu, other than perhaps Mewtwo. But you don't need to know where the fuck Mewtwo came from. You just know that he was in a lab and he escaped.
Right.
Like,
So-
and
Yeah,
I
plus
think
they
where
already did
comes
that
from,
movie.
It's not that.
So Pokemon doesn't have lore.
It's not the fact that they're using the lore of Pokemon and that newbies aren't catching up. The problem is that a lot of the enjoyment that people get from this movie is just member berries. It's like, oh, it's Pikachu, oh, it's Charizard, oh, they look so fucking cool in live action, guys. Oh, it's all this. Like,
You know,
other than
Dunn?
that, the story in the world, the story itself has nothing to do with Pokemon. It's a guy trying
You
to
know,
steal
Dunn?
the powers of Pokemon.
You know, Dunn, now that you say that, now that there's no lore to like the Pokemon franchise, now I want to see like a Pokemon origin movie where people are reacting to the Pokemon for the first time. Like, oh my god, it's a mouse that shoots electricity. Oh my god.
Oh, but like, kind of the people saying like, wish we understood like the history. There is barely any history. Pokemon is just kind of something that exists, unlike Yu-Gi-Oh, which does have lore that keeps getting retconned consistently. Then it
Yikes.
kind of forgets about it.
Yeah, the story of Pokemon is a guy wants to fight other guys with their monsters, and that's it.
Because he looked at them funny.
Yeah.
He wants badges or something. I can't remember why.
You gotta
Just
catch them
keeps
all.
going on perpetually.
song.
The main character's stuck in perpetual teenagerhood.
Yeah, well.
to pick games with little to no narrative value. Tell me, Threshold Entertainment, how exactly are you going to turn this into a trilogy of films? Don't do this. There are
Fucking
so
trilogy.
many narratively driven video games whose film adaptations were scrapped in favor of things like Rampage and Hitman. And it's criminal. I truly believe you can...
Which
No,
is
but
funny,
they
'cause now they
would've-
have made an Uncharted movie, and that didn't do... Well, it does well, supposedly.
They would have fucked those up as well. Like, if they really made a Half-Life game, not a Half-Life game, a Half-Life film, does this guy think it would be any good? Like, again, I agree with all his points here, like in the entirety of the video, but I don't think if they made a Half-Life film, it would be good. In fact, I think J.J. Abrams was slated to possibly work on it. It's like, no fucking way that's going to be good.
Oh, Jesus. No.
Like, Gordon Freeman's going to talk all the time. He's not going to be a scientist. He's going to be like a military guy. And it's just going to be fucking generic as crap. Like, he's going to swear. There's going to be gore all the fucking time.
Are we going to have modern music as well?
G-Man's going to be like this horrible antagonist who like always just slaps Gordon Freeman, rather than being a cool guy who just carries a briefcase who's very ominous and you don't know anything about. Maybe they'll even
maybe
talk
J.J.
about like,
Abrams doesn't like Half-Life, okay? So he's the perfect man for this.
A silent protagonist.
Like Star Trek, and look what happened to Star Trek.
Oh, well, that's a whole other ballgame. But adapting a silent protagonist is... I don't even know how you'd start doing that. I mean, it's possible, but it's... You would have to have extremely high levels of tone and atmosphere and mood, and you would be telling the story in other ways outside of dialogue for a protagonist. Like it's not impossible, because there's plenty of stories with characters who are mute or deaf or what have you. So it is possible. It's just you'd have to really like figure out how to get a narrative style going in a story where there are characters who talk a lot and the weirdness that is the Half-Life world. So demons coming in through alternate dimensions and science experiments gone wrong and clandestine organizations. It's like, all right, you could play with that. I just don't think it would work very well.
One of the reasons why it would be pretty much impossible to make a Doom game into a movie.
Well, that's especially hard, yeah. It's just...
They did it, Dunn. Didn't you see it?
Well...
They did it
twice.
Good Doom movie.
Yeah. Anyway, we're almost done this video. It was pretty quick anyway, but I like it. Nice and quick. Pretty well done.
Turn anything into a movie if you have a good idea for a story. But at a certain point, the movie you're making isn't going to remotely resemble the intellectual property you're adapting, and brand recognition only gets you so far. I really don't get why anyone thought a movie based on Rampage was a good idea. Look at this clip from the game.
Oh yeah, apparently that was based on a video game as well. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like a
I didn't even see it.
I never even heard of it.
That's the whole game right there. That's the whole game right there. Just smashing buildings. There's literally no plot. You just smash buildings and eat people.
And it's not even like a recognizable name. So
and Dwayne The Rock Johnson stars in it again. Isn't that funny?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that dude just doesn't even age.
Yeah, I concur with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, they got ridiculous in that movie. Like, I think if I remember correctly, he gets like gut shot. You know, Dwayne Johnson. He gets like gut shot. 5 minutes later, he's fine.
I watched Hobbs and Shaw. I mean, there's movies too.
Oh, that was ridiculous.
Everything about Hobbs and Shaw is absolutely ridiculous.
There's no fine line.
It's dumb.
The lore is deep with this one. I know studios are only concerned with potential box office earnings from using an existing brand, but I promise almost no one in the target demographic for this movie is going to realize Rampage with Dwayne The Rock Johnson is based on Rampage, the classic arcade title. I didn't even realize it at first, and I actually pay attention to these
Jeffrey
types
Dean
of
Morgan.
things. Side note, Dwayne Johnson was also in Doom, and we really need to stop letting him sign on to roles in video game movies. Hopefully, after seeing the financial success...
I don't blame the actor. Like, surely. Like, he's been miscast in a lot of the time. I agree. But I wouldn't blacklist the actor just because he's been in a few bad films.
I think he's specifically saying don't put him in video game movies. Put him in other movies.
I still wouldn't
like
blacklist
a
him for making
curse,
a
I
video
guess.
game movie. I don't think he's a curse. I think he's just, they need star power, and
Yeah.
he will do literally anything for money. Like,
I
Dwayne
would
Rock
love to see
Johnson
him in
is
a
probably...
Fallout movie.
He's probably
Yeah, him
spinning
fighting
tricks
rats
behind
for-
Oh,
the
no.
Hollywood studio just for money, because he'll do anything with the right price.
Will he do the Fortnite movie?
Probably, if you paid him enough.
Hey, let's put Dwayne Johnson in the Half-Life movie.
Went to Taylor Kitsch, who was just in bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb. With,
Oh God, that's right. He was in the Battleship movie. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Battleship.
Yeah, the Navy fights aliens. Isn't that cool?
Stop it.
With Liam Neeson, yeah.
I want the Connect 4 game. I mean, movie.
Ah!
We need another sequel to, or no, so we need a sequel in the first place to Battleships.
Yeah, no, Snakes and
A
Ladders.
movie
guys.
that had literal. Oh no, that's gonna be
Checkers,
better
the
film.
movie.
That's going to be even better than Snakes on a Plane.
Oh god.
Pikachu,
There's like
studios will
one
start to
good joke in
realize
that film,
franchise
and that's the fact that the
potential for video
microwave
game
has an
films
option for
is
snakes.
Very, very high if the movies don't suck. And maybe they'll try to evolve the genre a bit more. Hopefully someday we'll get the video game movie equivalent of Iron Man or The Dark Knight, but I'm really not getting my hopes up. Also, I'm serious, Bioforce gun. Who thought that was a good idea? Why the fuck? Thank you so much for watching.
All right.
Oh boy,
Thumbs
that
up.
was something.
Yeah, good video. Nice and short and sweet. All right. We do have a super chat from, let me check. Skids. Hey, happy 500th. Smudcast, my friends. Hey, thank you so much. Always nice to hear from you.
I'm tired. I'm going to pop off now. So
All
you'll have a
right.
good night.
See you, Shiny.
Honey, hope you're doing well.
I'm doing well, thank you. Bye.
All right. Here is the Copper Owl for $1.11. Pokemon has lore. The Pokedex says a lot of lore. Okay, but that's more of a bestiary. While some games have locations like the church in Gen 4 and the museum in Gen 6, and Pokemon have been on Earth since before the dinosaurs and have generic evolution. Okay. Or sorry, genetic evolution. All right. I mean, there got to be some kind of lore. I just don't think anyone knows anything about it.
There isn't like a deep history. It's like, and then the Gablubaloo had sex with the Abafabaloo and created everything.
Oh, well.
Sounded like you were quoting from Dr. Seuss there.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what to say, Eric. It's good video. Thank you for picking it.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
I had no idea there was a Silent Hill series. That's kind of
You gotta watch it now.
That still makes me laugh that you didn't know about that at all.
well.
I knew about the Silent Hill adaptations. I've never seen them, but I heard about them.
Yeah, but you know, if there was this, like, maybe it was because no one said it was about the second one, because if like the second one is such a great game, story is so cool and so atmospheric that it's a classic back in the day. And they skipped it, and I was like, okay, that's probably a good thing. You know, they probably didn't ruin it. So, but why would they not take the easy win? Like, that thing is so easy to turn into a horror story or a horror film, a drama.
Well,
Yeah, it works so easily.
a lot of these games coming more and more like movies. Like, your job is getting easier, and somehow you're still screwing it up.
Yeah, well,
And like the only hope right now, I think, is like the Ghost of Tsushima movie, which is being directed by the one of the John Wick directors.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
That is, again, 1-to-1, very easy. You just, here's a scene, it looks like a movie already. You're done. You're just copy and paste it onto the screen. Jesus.
Pretty much, yeah.
Have a really cool horse with really cool wind effects, and that's all you need. Just a filler between scenes. You have him horse to another area, and they have the same scene, and they fight, and they go horse to another area. Ta-da!
They'll still screw it up.
Yeah, probably. Will.
Yeah, he pulls out
This
guns
summer,
and
Ghost of
Keanu
Tsushima,
Reeves.
starring Jackie Chan.
Oh, Jackie Chan's doing.
It connects directly to John Wick prequel. We fooled you. Ha ha ha.
They'll have gold coins as currency, just like they do in the Hitman universe of John Wick.
Oh. Anyway, guys, Dunn and I are going to talk about writing. If you guys want to hang on for that, that's up to you. You know, you don't have to. You can go to bed. You could call it night. Get a snack. Get a drink. Whatever you like. I don't mind. So, thanks so much.
Yeah, no, thank you. I really appreciate it, and happy 500.
Yeah.
I'll stick around, but I won't say anything.
Okay, no problem, Eric.
I think I might stick around too.
All right, no problem. So Dunn, we're going to talk in general about writing. I don't know what to put on the screen here, but
I have a link to my books that I could put on screen.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I'd be happy. I think I have it in the. I also have it. I think I linked to your
That's in
Amazon
there, yeah.
page in the description. So if you guys don't know, Dunn, he writes books, fantasy novels, and he's got a whole bunch. What number are you on now, sir? I got a whole bunch here.
I'm at 16.
Wow, that's a lot. Good stuff. Look at all these books. Holy crap! You got really nice covers too.
They were free.
Really?
Shutterstock is, well, probably like $1 per. I pay $30, like $3 per, since I pay $30 a month and I get 30 free, 10 free images per month.
Awesome. Good stuff.
One was 60, and that was the Dragon Blaster cover.
Yeah. You said you were writing something about. Was it for kids? What was it for? What was the age group for that?
I don't know if it's like kids, but I think like teenagers. But it's kind of like a group of 6 teenagers, kind of like the 5-man band, play a video game, and then they find out that they're reincarnations of ancient dragon lords. Turn to dragons and fight mech armored Knights Templar guys as they're trying to hunt them down.
Sounds like the Western equivalent of an isekai, but they don't die and go to another world. They're just already there.
Pretty much.
Yeah, good stuff. Okay, so what is some of the favorite? Well, you want to talk about things that we like writing about and techniques and elements of writing that we like to use over and over again for various reasons. I have my own favorites, of course. You have yours. What do you actually like using as a technical element of writing as opposed to content? Because you could use, you could talk about anything. But what's the techniques that you like employing in your stories?
I think like mostly it's a lot of I like juxtaposition comboed with very, very careful setup. One of the things that I kind of like doing in my work is I'll be like, okay, the scene that I want to write toward, I'm kind of a little bit impatient, so I'm going to write that scene, and then I'm going to figure out how to get to that scene as I go along. That's one of the things I like doing.
That sounds like a good technique before you even start writing. You say, okay, I want to get to the middle of this story, or you have an idea for a scene in the middle of your story, and you have to like start off differently to build up to that scene, which is similar to the technique I like doing with making a frame. And that'll be like, I don't know, something in media res where the characters are already doing something interesting. And you're like, all right, here they are, chapter 1. It's really chapter 7 in my head, but we're just getting a 1-chapter snapshot. And then, boom, we go back to chapter 1 and chapter 2. And that's either the origin or how these guys got started or where they're going to be going. That's the technique I like using just because it gets people going. And it also sets up their mind because they know where they're going to be in another few chapters. And they know, okay, this person's going to be alive then. But we don't know who's not going to be alive or who's going to be introduced till then. So there's a bit of foreshadowing with a bit of knowledge. So they know lore already, but they don't know in the in-between. And that's where we get even more interesting. So you give them a taste of something a bit more advanced, but then you water it down and say, here are the kids, here's the seeds. And then you work with that as you grow and grow. And that's not just in like a murder mystery where you get to see someone dead or killed out in the first bit. You can do that in anything. Frame narratives are very well known. And one of my favorite movies, The Princess Bride, we have the frame, which happens in the real world with Fred Savage. And then we see the fantasy world where the actual story takes place. Then we sort of forget about Fred Savage and his grandfather, Peter Falk, and just go straight into the fantasy world. And then it ends with Fred Savage and his grandfather, that cute little ending, As You Wish, which is his grandfather's way of saying he loves his grandson and takes care of him when he's sick. So there's lots of techniques of using that for introducing characters, or just using in media res in general to get to the action as soon as possible. and then slowly build up to that if you want to build up a backstory without having to do a flashback. It's kind of like getting your free flashback without wasting anyone's time, I think.
Yeah. I think like one kind of thing that I've kind of been experimenting with is a omniscient narrator injecting himself into the story via italics paragraphs at various intervals. I actually start deliberately with Dragon Blaster at the wrong point in time, so that then I can like jump in with the narrator and say, hold up, wrong spot, sorry. I'm your omniscient narrator, I'll be guiding you through this story. And just keep in mind, I'm a bit of an asshole, so just pay attention to most of what I say, just good chunk of what I say.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, there's lots of rules that my teacher, I remember telling me about that, like playing with the margins. Why do we indent? Why do we have italics? And there's a certain way to do even breaks, 1 star or 3 stars, what those actually meant. And he was very strict on that. He says if you want to break those rules, you have to understand what the rules are, why we have that, what the tone means, what the beat means, so the time index between 1 star and 3 star, and how we go about changing that. So I was like, all right, if I'm going to tell a story about people breaking time, let's actually have the content be about breaking time. Let's actually have time travel. Let's actually have going to another world through some magical means or what have you, and allow this idea of being lost reflect in the margins. So the margins are moving, and you're not sure why are all the words getting smashed together on the right side of the page? Where's the indent? Where's the space between words? And you could actually read letters if the words are whole. Your brain can figure it out. You can actually understand words smashed together on the side of a page. And I was doing this wave effect so that the right side of the margin was flat, so it's all straight lined. And then the words, depending on how big my sentence was like a wave. It was going on the left side of the page, which sounds kind of stupid when you think about it. But this is what you do when you break the rules and you're trying to show the audience that they're traveling in this chaotic world through dimensions and things are just smashing together. And it's kind of hard to follow. It's kind of like a stream of consciousness, but literally messy. Not like Finnegan's Wake stream of consciousness, because that's just impossible to read, or possible to enjoy, let alone read. It's just fun with the narration, and it's not dialogue. It's not someone talking. It's kind of like someone's thoughts. Not to say me, the author, but the character in the story. So they're never going, man, this writer's on drugs. Man, this writer is just messing around with ink and paper. It's like, no, I'm doing this for a purpose. It's deliberately done a certain way, as opposed to an actual stream of consciousness, which has like no punctuation and no spacing, and everything's just full bleed on the page. So that was an experiment I was doing back in school. And my teacher who was teaching these things, he's like, wow, you really tried to do all these things, all these different things and techniques. And I didn't use italics too often, but I wanted to make it feel as if the writer was going somewhere else on the page, literally. And that's very hard to do, because there's other things I wanted to express I could not express properly on paper. So, but outside of that, dialogue is usually the most common thing to do outside of a narrative. And that's where you have a lot of creative freedom, because you can make all kinds of rules in dialogue, and it comes down to tone and manners. So you have a guy who barely speaks English, and he's phonetically speaking the words. He might have a lisp. He could have a different accent, and that all comes out very quickly in dialogue. So I like to do that with my characters whenever I'm done describing them, or even introduce them in dialogue and have this really broken English, and you're like, whoa, who is this? Why is he speaking like he's got a lisp, or he doesn't know how to spell the word phlegm? He's using an F. What the heck? What's all these phrases and broken words? So you can get away with a lot of things in dialogue that you normally would not in normal narration. What else? Some of the other things we like.
If I may cut in, there was this. I mentioned this before on Morning Nonsense. There's this book series that I like called Johann Cabal, and it's a sort of a steampunkish magic series. And one of the stories that I liked in particular was it was called I think it was like Johann Cabal, the Great Detective. And it was basically the story was essentially Murder on the Orient Express, except on a Zeppelin, essentially. And the author would like throw in like funny little moments. Like at the end of a chapter, he would have like a quiz for the reader, like why did this empire fall, or why did the government collapse? Please show your work, and this will all be graded at the end of the book. And it's a funny little moment. And there was like a bit in another book where the author said these characters are going on a traveling together, and he said, "Oh, and we would be remiss if we didn't mention the temple guardians. And now that I've mentioned them, we can move on."
Oh yeah. No, I remember Harlan Ellison did that in the Deathbird stories, where he says, "This is a test. Please take notes. This will count to your final grade." You're trying to learn something from him or something. So, and he likes to play around with challenging people's views on God and the afterlife and all that. That's kind of what the book is about. But I remember even Agatha Christie, her better books, her really technical better books, before the last chapter or the last reveal, she will list all the pieces of evidence that you, as the reader, should be aware of. And if you're not paying attention, and you're not going to come close to figuring out who done it. So I like it when the author is intelligent enough to say, okay, I'm a detective fiction writer. This is how you get from A to B. If you're not following these lines, if you don't know what all these pieces of evidence are and how they came from and what they mean, you're going to not get it. So it's kind of like the last step. It's like, oh no, don't keep reading. Here's the list. Figure it out. Go back. Pay attention. And that's tough because she has a lot of pieces of evidence and they're not in order. They're like puzzle pieces. And you got to be like, okay, maybe this was back in chapter 1. You just keep reading back and back and back, and you just keep going forward to find out where the hell these things are. And it's hard. It's not easy to pick apart, but those are the better stories. She actually went through the logical process, and she's not perfect. That's the problem with her. She's not 100% clear on her clues, and clues are tough to make very well in a detective fiction because you can't have blatantly obvious, it wasn't me. You can't say that. You have to say, okay, well, this evidence corresponds to this event. Were they lying about it? Yes or no? And you have to figure that out. So every piece of evidence or every clue has to have some sort of resolution in your brain as a reader to continue to connect the dots. Because the stories themselves, the solutions, the person who done it, it's all pretty straightforward as an act. It's the psychology that is the key to understanding who would do that kind of act. Once you have a good idea of the psychology, the clues and the evidence sort of fit into place better. And that's what people don't quite pick up on because they try to think of it as perfectly logical, which is you can do, which is not impossible, but you have to really know the period that the scene was taking place in, and what's a smoker's jacket, and how do you smoke a pipe, and how do you you have to know all these technical things that you might not be aware of. So that might not be relevant to readers of today. But yeah, authors that do that cool stuff, I really like it when they get not fourth wall breaking, but they're just sort of there, like, okay, this is not just a story. Something's going on. I'm trying to get your attention here. This is a test about something. That's cool. And Harlan Ellison, in case you don't know him, he's very prolific on his work. He does a lot of, science fiction, but a lot of everything, really. He considered himself a writer in the purest sense. He would write anything. And he was just known in the 50s and 60s about being about science fiction because that was the cool thing. So, yeah. What other great stuff do we like in writing that really is a fun technique? Plot reveals, those are obvious. having a twist that you were setting up for a while, provided there's proper foreshadowing and either symbolism or an allusion to the future. Either so you have the foreshadowing for the future, you have an allusion, meaning a poem or poetry or a prophecy or something that is entertaining enough to catch the reader's attention, that it's repeated like a symbol, or just use a symbol, which should also be repeated in a visual sense as opposed to a poetic sense. So you need those setups to make an effective event to occur. It's probably best if it's based off characterization, because characters, you'll see, okay, this guy's a scumbag, he's going to do something scummy later. That's pretty easy. So it's always nice to combine that with symbolism. So you don't just do the symbolism, you do it with the prophecy or the dreamscape or the characterization. Like you make it so it's very clear. I call it hitting the audience over the head with a feather. You do it many times as possible, because it's still a feather. It's never going to hurt them. It's just going to be annoying to the point. Like, why do they keep talking about the rain in Spain? Why is the rain in Spain so important? It's because in chapter 7, it's going to be raining on their destination to Spain. And if you didn't pick up on that, it's not the writer's fault, because they were painting that picture as they were getting closer and closer to the destination. So that's a big one for me as well. Symbolism that leads to foreshadowing, which leads to the event. So what else is there? I'm trying to think of other great techniques.
One technique is exposition of characters, where you take two characters who are very different and use them to complement each other. One example that I use in Prince of Winter is the idea of a nice but not terribly competent ruler being paired against a hyper competent but not very warm individual.
Right. So you have a contrast of personalities, but you have a complement to the task of ruling, or that could be the story or the plot. That's great, because then you have conflicts internally, but they're like, oh, we got a job to do, and they have to solve that problem. And they if they're professional enough, if they're not petty, they can accomplish governing the kingdom. So yeah, that's what I always do with my characters. Is I always have a version of themselves which they are not, or the opposite of, and you then play around with the friend foe, or the assisting, or help hinder. So, and it's both. It's not just the villains that are always hindering. The villains can also help in either the plot scenario or in the personal scenario. So you have the villain who's going to kill everyone, and you're the good guy and you're going to save everyone, but he explains why killing is necessary in this world, and you're too weak, you're not grown up enough, and you're not going to be strong enough to deal with death and murder. You should get it over with. And that's the lesson the hero learns early on. And someone dies, or he nearly dies, and he has to change his ways and grow up very quickly to take on the future and eventually combat the villain. But the friends and foes, the secondary characters, even the primary ones as well, are always a sliver or one element that's purified of the villain or the protagonist with a slight turn, just a different perspective, so that we have that wonderful contrast. And I find contrast works a lot better just because of conflicting reasons, and complementing the plot is always the focus. So you always want to have the scenario where the right characters are at the right time, at the right place in a believable way. And this is why I always say heist films or heist stories are the second best kinds of plot, because everyone not only has a functional role, it's explained why they exist, what they're going to do, and there's always a spanner in the works. There's always a complication where the plan gets foiled or doesn't go according to plan. And that's where you write interesting stuff, where characters have to think on their feet. And hopefully they're not like Batman, who has a plan for everything, or a backup plan for a backup plan, for a contingency plan, for a possible villain that came out of nowhere. Like, it has to be believable. So That's where we get the characterization. How would a character react to being under pressure when they don't get their way, or the role they were ascribed in the plot doesn't work out, and they got to find another person to open the door that's locked. So that's the kind of stuff which makes the reader go, "Ooh, what's he gonna do next?" He's a master archer. He can hit that target no problem, but there's all these things in the way. He can't see his target. How's he gonna fire it? And then you have to write around that. How do you get that guy to get up in the air to hit that target? How does he have any other techniques to fire an arrow accurately? All kinds of great stuff, and not pulling out of your ass like he's a magical, arrow talking bow or something that does the shooting for him. It's not a very good story. You don't want to
Essentially, don't be Ernest Cline.
Yeah, his book or whatever he wrote is
Books.
He wrote books.
Ready Player One.
Yeah. What else did he write?
He wrote Ready Player One, and that's it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, just the one book. Yeah.
Well, Ready Player Two, technically, since he wrote a sequel, and apparently it's really bad. It's way worse than the first one. Even people who like the first one hate this book.
Yeah, I only like him from his stand-up. I don't know his book at all. I know he wrote it, but I've never read it. I don't want to touch it.
It's basically built around the challenge was playing Joust. Thankfully, I had played Joust most of the summer, so it was a breeze.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Times 5. He does it 6 or 7 times throughout the book.
Good stuff. Oy. Well, if you get a deal from Spielberg, I guess a lot goes to your head. So, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. That's the first book. Second book's even worse.
Yeah.
And the movie is actually better than the book. Because the movie isn't as dumb. It's still bad. It's better because there's actual tension.
Yeah, they gotta make a sensible visual story that people who watch the thing go, yeah, that makes some sense. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that's the great thing about the visual medium. It has to make sense, at least to your eyeballs. Your eyes have to go, oh yeah, okay, things are connecting. With books, it's the focus is all mental, and you have to visualize everything. So, yeah, no, it's books are great. You have to take a step back from your book sometimes when you're writing, but even as the reader, you should take a step back because you can lose a lot of details when you're reading. For my case, reading murder mysteries, because you gloss over too much, you go too quickly, and your brain needs some time to catch up. So unless you're reading a really weak book or not very smart book, then it's like, all right, okay. But you shouldn't be reading those books anyway. You should be reading books that make you think, challenge your perspective, and put you in scenarios you weren't even thinking of. That's the great thing about fantasy and science fiction. You put you in crazy worlds you never thought were possible, but the lessons are always based off virtue or vice, and what your villains should be doing or should not be doing in that case. Other great ideas.
I guess the villain variety, I suppose. They're kind of carefully picking your villain in terms of what you want to accomplish in the story.
Yeah, for sure.
Whether you want to do a mustache twirling psycho who's just kind of they're evil for evil's sake, or trying to make somebody actually terrifying because he's able to do horrible things that aren't related to death to the heroes.
Yeah.
You want to make a sympathetic villain.
We were talking about Monster with Mark early on, and Johan is probably one of the better villains in, well, I wouldn't say storytelling, but anime specifically, because it is an anime. And it's more than just the writing. With anime, it's the setup. Kind of like with Alien, I said before, you never really see the alien very much on screen. It's much of a mystery. But when you do see him on the screen, he's just a guy. He's just talking to people. It's like, this is the villain? And the audience knows that, but the scene is played out normally. It's like he's just a guy in a bar. He's just a guy in a park talking to kids. but you know he's this crazy psycho. And it doesn't come across that way. But every time people are framing him like this nut job that's going to murder us all, you never know where he is. You don't know what he's doing. We get glimpses, visions of him dressing up as someone else and masquerading and going here and there. But it's always by a third party. It's never directly. And that's the great thing about framing, is you put things in the perspective of anticipation that the audience doesn't get the clear picture for purposes of horror and suspense, of course. You don't do that for your hero villain. Well, you do it for hero characters that you want them to be larger than life. And you keep them at arm's length and earshot range. You want them to be far away. The great hero of this or that. It's always mentioned in stories and songs and legend. You never meet them until eventually you need to. And you either know how to handle that scenario or you play it off as normal. It's like, I'm just a guy. Which might not work very well if you're trying to be melodramatic. Melodrama requires things to be bigger than they are. So you have to know what that means. It's kind of the problem that I've had with Star Trek. I don't know if you guys know Q. Q is an omnipotent being, part of another group of omnipotent beings who are trickster gods. Which, if you're an omnipotent being, you probably wouldn't be doing that with most of your time because you wouldn't give a shit. You don't really care about amoebas that you can wipe out with a thought. Why are you wasting your time with all these lesser creatures? Do something of your stature. Do something that is up to your standards of being an omnipotent being. What would you do? And you have to think along those lines. That's why I say when you write a villain, you have to think like a psychopath, which is not the greatest thing in the world to think about, but that's how you write a psychopath. You can't just guess. You can't just be some guy with a knife. What would a murderer be? Well, he'd slice people up. It's like, okay, but why? How? What's the goal? What's the motivation? What's the kink? What's the emotion behind being a psychopath? If there is an emotion. So you have to understand the term first and what makes them this bizarre natured person to go around eating people or killing them in a very specific way. These are the kinds of weird, dirty, disgusting questions you have to ask if you're going to write a murderer or if you're going to write a horror. So that's the stuff. I remember talking to people online who they have their own personal issues and they're going to therapy or what have you. It's like, you know what? You might think that's just having dark, sad, crazy, depressing thoughts, but if you're able to talk about it with me, you're already proving that you're mature enough to understand you're going through something difficult. And when you look back on this, you'll say, well, yeah, I had some really messed up thoughts, but they were just thoughts. And I was saying, yeah, those are the kinds of ideas and insight into the human psyche that make great writers. So you can turn that creativity, that vision, and those weird, disgusting thoughts into really great horror and murder mystery and other stuff like that. That you never.
Smut, it's funny. It's me of something George Carlin went. He said he was talking about he said a joke and he said, these are the kind of thoughts that I have that kept me out of the really good schools.
Yeah, if you guys remember listening to Bill Burr, he says lots of like, wouldn't it just be fun to just roll people over in my SUV or whatever? It's like yeah, that's.
I remember that bit.
Yeah, it's like these are the kinds of thoughts that we don't all have, but we have these like, wouldn't it just be nice if these guys just got out of my way, just blew them away with an RPG or something, make my life easy. We all have these crazy flights of fancy, whether they're violent or sexual or whatever. And so long as you understand, yeah, it's just a fantasy, that's it. But when you're writing, you have to go, okay, where am I going? Who is this guy? Who is this girl? What are they trying to do? How evil is evil? What is evil? And then you have to write that down. Evil is this and that. And having a basic understanding of psychology really does help. You don't need to, go to school just for psychology to write characters and characterize them properly. But to have a basic understanding of the emotions, I think there's was it 5 basic emotions there are in humanity? I can't remember what they were. because people think very specifically about characters with the certain emotions.
It's like anger, sadness, disgust, happiness, others.
Yeah, there's people say there's 4 basic ones. People they say there's 7 or 8. There's nuances on this and that. But we've had these feelings for a while. Some of them are part of our not our psychology, but our physiology. We have what's called the fast and slow pain response, the flight or fight response. The other elements are based off negative and positive emotionality. So, happy, sad. Anger is a very fascinating series of thoughts and feelings. I always characterize it by 2 things. It's 1, the universe is not thinking the same way as you, and the person experiencing that thing is incapable of changing their frame of mind. So if you're angry and someone says, stop thinking about Daryl in a bad light, it's like, no, I hate Daryl. I'm going to keep doing that. So it's the inability to think differently as the universe is changing, and you to take away from your frame of reference of what is good or what is not good. So once you understand that, you could write an angry character in all kinds of permutations and why they're angry. Like they stub their toe. Would Bob, who stubbed his toe, scream out loud? Would he cry? Would he keep his mouth shut? Would he bite his tongue? That's when you know your character very well, that you don't have to think about it. Like, oh yeah, whenever you're stuck writing, this is a basic lesson from J. Michael Straczynski. You always ask yourself, what would your character do if they walked across the family room and stubbed their toe on the coffee table? How would they react? And if you know the answer to that, you're never going to get stuck because you know exactly what your character would do. Even if you don't know where your story is going, you should know where your character is going. And that will lead the story in the proper direction. Even if you have a plot that's different or a goal that's different, you know how to connect the dots in each scene, even if you're stuck. That's the great thing about writing characters. You should know them like the back of your hand. Whew.
I think there was one time where I was just kind of thinking about like a scene, one of the bad guys, and I just kind of had this thought permutating in my head. And I kind of just had it be like he's just working on something, and we hadn't really had a scene in his perspective before. But what happened was he is just kind of working on office work. He's kind of seemingly going about a day, and a maid comes in a tad early. So kind of he just picks something up. We don't know what it is, and just walks over to her, gets it behind her, and just slits her throat casually. Because you interrupted my train of thought.
Yeah, that sounds like a psychopath to me. Yeah, it's easy to make evil villains because they do something absolutely horrendous without thought. It's tricky to make the mastermind villain because that requires intelligence and patience. Yeah. And for most writers, we're not that we are patient because we take our time to write, of course, but we want to get that quick fix of that horror element that just bounces off the page like, ooh, yeah, that guy's villain. That guy just stabbed a dude and just walked away like it was nothing. But you have to think, did anyone see that? How did he clean his blade? Where did the blood go? Did he scream? There's all these questions that have to pop up that the narrative has to clear up to the audience, because the audience is going, wait a second, he just did this in broad daylight? What the hell? Isn't someone screaming right now? So there's all these things you have to consider doing something villainous in a public environment, in a place where you can get away with such things, or in a believable way, like a murder. In a fantasy world, we have all these guns and magical beams of light that can melt through steel or what have you. So you have to get your lore working right before you do that stuff. You can't just have the wizard on page 1 just melt shit with laser eye beams or whatever. You're like, whoa, what's going on? You gotta work there. You gotta work up to that. You gotta build the lore for that before you make a villain do crazy stuff.
Yeah. Kind of the thing with this guy was he's essentially a demigod by the people he rules, and basically can do anything he wants. And he's been doing that for roughly for a few hundred years now.
Is the demigod status, is that explained how you got to that stage, or how he's able to live that long?
Yes, there are 5 other people like him at the start of the story, where basically they've been chosen by this ancient dark god as his exalted above all other humans, and gain their immortality and additional powers over other magic users.
Oh yeah, okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm reading. I can't remember the name of the mangas. I read so much manga. It's basically a version of Demon Slayer, but there's these not immortal, they live very long, creatures in the spirit realm, and they're people. They look like people. And there's also this corruption. There's these evil spirits. They always corrupt things. And there's 7 of them. There's these 7 guardians, you want to call them. And it starts off where, because this guy's a human and he has the ability to see the spirits, he gets brought into this world, and they don't know what to do with him. And they're thinking, well, we'll probably get rid of him. He's going to cause chaos. And because of him, all the other evil creatures are attracted to him, and he's so close to one of the 7 immortals that it gives the villain, or I guess he's the mastermind, the opportunity to attack one of the immortals, which isn't quite explained, because the Japanese mythos with evil demons is always up in the air. It's hard to explain what they are, because the visual style is really like, imagine like a lot of bugs and butterflies that look kind of weird, just sort of attaching themselves to bodies and corrupting them, which cause them to be like zombie-like creatures. So kind of gory, but that's interesting stuff. I think it was based off, I don't know if you guys have heard of Noragami. I think that's one of the anime mangas that it feels like. But instead of gods, it's a human. So it's just this guy with vision, and he gets this power called a Shiki, which is the spirit of one of the better spirits, the better gods. But she's like a god of misfortune. So it's not the best pairing for humanity. And bad things happen to both parties. So
Kind of like Eris.
Eris.
Of Discord and Chaos, consort of Ares and Greek mythology.
Oh, Ares.
Eris and Ares. It's weird because they sound very, very similar.
Oh, really? I have to brush up on my my Greek. Yeah.
Just watch Sinbad, Legend of the Seven Seas, where she's the antagonist.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
The movie that it's a good movie, but it was the movie that killed DreamWorks 2D animation.
Oh, really? Wow. DreamWorks. It's been a while.
Yeah.
So writing is one of those great things in life that whether you're writing a letter or a review or an email, it makes you put a piece of yourself out there. And to do it right, you have to know what people want to check out. And it takes time to learn the genre you're writing in, or the myriad of genres. People like to just do crazy shit. They do smut and fantasy and harlequin romance. You're like, oh my God. And you can't just do all 3. You have to know one very well, and then you have to do a second one very well. So you can't just do horror murder mystery. It's too much. You have to learn too much. So do one thing very well, then move on. Try techniques, learn the techniques of how someone else did it. And just read good authors. It's tough to find them because there's so many good books out there, but they're not like teaching books, like a Sanderson book. It's like, oh, okay, let's just read Sanderson, and you'll learn a lot. Like what's his latest stuff that came out?
The last book that Brandon Sanderson came out with was, I believe that it was Stormlight 4.
I know Cyborg Mark, the guy who we had on Smudcast Smud Talk a few weeks ago, did a book talk about one of the latest ones, and he was like, "This is an amazing book. Like, it's so good, and everyone should go read if you like fantasy, of course." So once you pick up Sanderson or stuff or Gaiman or stuff like that, you really go.
Abercrombie.
Oh God, there's all kinds of great British authors and in fantasy at least that you're going to learn something about yourself, and if you want to write, what not to do, because you think that you have a good idea, and then you listen to these guys, you're like, oh, that's how you do it, and then you realize your concepts might not be very well put together. So it's a humbling experience to read these guys because they're really good at their job.
And the last book he wrote was the Starsight book, but he wrote like 4 books over COVID that are currently being published. So.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to ask Cyborg Mark and ask him what was the one that we should be reading. It might have been Oathbringer. I don't remember.
It's either Oathbringer or Words of Radiance. Either Oathbringer or Rhythm of War. Rhythm of War is kind of die hard in a fantasy setting.
Okay.
But it's elongated over like 1,300 pages. The audiobook's like super long. It's like 68 hours.
Oh yeah, he does his own recordings, doesn't he?
No, he has Kate Redding and Michael Kramer do that.
Oh, cool.
It's consistent across most of his books. He does have different people read his Alcatraz series, his Skyward series, and his Reckoners series, which is basically superheroes. Heroes go evil, and a bunch of regular people have to kill them. So it's basically G-rated The Boys.
that's
PG.
That's an interesting demographic. Yeah, okay. Not sure if that'll work well, but yeah, why not? Check it out.
But I've read it and it works pretty good. The third book kind of ends in a weird way. It kind of just doesn't quite work, I think. I was kind of fine with it, but there's kind of like, no, kind of unsatisfying, I suppose.
Let's see. I'm trying to find. Oh, Words of Radiance.
Had a super chat.
It was Words of Radiance. That's what it was.
Yeah. Wow, that's like a while back.
Yeah.
It's at least like 6 years ago. It's about 6 years ago, I think. He's written two more books since then. That series.
Okay. All right. Here is. Oh, did I miss that? The Copper Owl. Okay. The Pokedex will state distant relatives and evolutionary families. Legends. Arceus takes place in feudal Japan. It does retcon. The games also state when something was discovered, it has a certain story and old wars. Wow. Okay. That's all within the bestiary? Or is that a codex about everything? I'm curious.
That includes.
I thought it was a codex of everything.
Like who Groudon is and who the individual like organizations are, like Team Rocket and Magma Core or whatever that is.
Yeah, so it's codex and everything. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, there is lore, and the focus of those games is obviously fighting, so it makes sense that they have a glossary sort of deal going. Yeah, it's kind of like it makes sense in a Mass Effect game where you have a codex because there's so much to explore and talk about. With Pokemon, it's all just, we don't have time or space to make all kinds of lore. We'll just put it in text on some random codex, which is fine. But you have to actively seek that out. It's kind of like the Halo games, or the first ones, where there is a great story there. You just have to want to find it. Everything else is just action and shooting. So, That's the hallmark of a good game. The focus is the gaming, and everything else is secondary. So, whew. Other things I like in writing, just getting the characters right. That's probably my focus, because if you can get a good character and the characterization done right, which is showcasing their traits in a way that is interesting, which is, I don't know, very generic, but through action. So what makes this character virtuous, or what's their vice? Why is that compelling? That's always a good question, because it's kind of like, well, why are you attracted to people? What makes them worthwhile? It's easy to do with visuals. That's what I always say when I wrote that book on creative writing. Do you at least like the character? What is the one thing you like about them? Is it visuals? Is it personality? Is it their motivation? There's got to be one thing. It doesn't matter if they're a horrible human being or a monster or perfect. Give me one thing that you can go, okay, that's cool. That's enough for me to keep me going. Because once you have fuel in the tank with this character for the audience, not their own motivation, that's their own thing, but for the audience to go, oh, I like this guy. That's cool. That's fun. That's interesting. Then you have enough to work with to do your own thing with the character. So it's kind of like, I'm going to make a cake, and the first thing I do is I give a slice to the audience, and I make sure they like it. And then once they like it, I'm like, all right, now I'm going to put some whipped cream on this baby and see where it takes me. And I'll serve that to the next chapter or the next chapter. And it's the same cake, same character. You could change the character around if you want, have them develop here and there. But your initial idea should be solid. So keep serving that cake every time they pop in. Give it another flavor. Give it a little spin. Give it a new condiment. Put them in a scenario you're not they're not familiar with. That's the best way to get characterization to come out, is put them in scenarios you know they're not going to like. That's why we give them faults. That's why we give them flaws, so that if you announce they're scared of snakes in chapter 1, you better have a snake in chapter 4, and how they deal with that. That's what I want to see. Basic setups. You can't go wrong. It's clear as day. Make your audience expect things that you mentioned prior, and you could then surprise them with stuff that is adjacent to that. So if it's psychological, you can give them things that are related to that psychosis or neurosis or whatever other ailment you want to give them. That works fine. If it's emotional, was it part of a childhood thing? Was it part of a traumatic thing they've forgotten? Is it symbolic of something? There's all kinds of wonderful things you can do with symbolism at that point. Is it intellectual? Are they striving to achieve some goal, like solving a problem, building something, figuring out a formula? There's all kinds of great things in science, or basically anything in post-secondary education you want to explore. Use your wonderful theories, or hell, even use your diplomas, whatever you got a degree in, and write about your knowledge. That allows the audience to learn. That's fun. All kinds of great forms of characterization. So just get that stuff figured out and then flesh it out later. I like planning things ahead, for writing at least. It's the stuff in between the middle and the ending that I leave up to imagination. It just flows with the character. And that's what I say when you stub their toe, what do they do? That you should always know where they're going, even if it's not written down. What else? What else do I like? Ooh, writing.
There's one thing that I really like is kind of just kind of the utilitarian hero.
Okay, so black and white?
Well, kind of more like he is willing to do pretty much anything to win.
Oh, all right.
Kind of I built the idea of like Richard Fenris in Prince of Winter. He's willing to do really, really bad things in order to get ahead, and he's your main character, kind of in the same way that you're with Richard III, except like Richard III is meant to lose it loses at the end. Richard Fenris does not lose at the end. Gets what he wants, but it's distinctly unsatisfying.
I gotcha. Okay, because the classical example is good things are pleasurable and bad things are painful. But when you're talking about utilitarianism, it has other meanings as well. So, it's always about being pragmatic and not caring what you have to do to get what you need. So, those guys are logical. I remember Planescape Torment, the pragmatic incarnation is a monster. Everything he does has a purpose. It's very highly thought out. And we learn later on in the story, which is in the same scene, the good incarnation was actually the real monster. He was whatever whatever the pragmatic incarnation was, he was worse on a scale we could not imagine, which is fascinating. Because that tells us that he went from being a monster to being a nice guy and trying to live with regret and redemption, all of his disembodied ways for I don't know how long. I can't remember the time frame. That was interesting to see about that, because if you imagine yourself being a monster and seeking redemption, that never ends. That whole plot of redemption, I always liked that. You can do anything with it. Redemption is one of those things where the villain tries to become the hero and they never succeed. It's never enough. They can never apologize or work hard enough for whatever their goal is. And especially when you have like fantasy characters who live forever and made mistakes. And they're trying to solve the past and they just can't figure it out. That's it's interesting. It's a little silly at times, but depending on the nature of the story, if you're talking about gods or living forever, then great. It'll be a great theme to work within the central issues of the story. Obviously, you'll have conflict between what do you do with all your time? I don't know. So you have to play around with that to make it fun enough for the audience to get around. But man, just those are the themes I remember from games like that. That's why it's still my favorite PC title for all these years. There's always something to come back to with that character and his journey as a multi-dimensional immortal being trying to remember what he did that's so bad, because he is going to hell for a very long time. So, great stuff. All right, well, it's getting kind of late. I don't mind talking. We're almost going on 5 hours. But Dunn, I believe I've linked in the description. Let me just pull up the description and make sure. I think I still have your books there. Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. They've been there for every time we do a Smudcast. So if you guys don't know Dunn yet, just go to any Smudcast, go to the descriptions, and Dunn's link is there. So glad to know you're doing more than just like I thought you were stopping at 12, but you kept going. Wow.
Oh, that was just for this year. I have a quota of 3 books, of publishing 3 books a year.
Oh, yeah.
Minimum.
Okay. Are you, now that you've done, was it young adults action? What is the...
Go for it, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Are you doing any subgenres or new genres you're experimenting with, or what are you doing?
I think right now I'm mostly doing medieval fantasy, though I am continuing with kind of a superhero, at least like planning out a long-form superhero novella series, as well as continuing with the young adult. I do have a bunch of mature swear words. I just put asterisks.
Okay.
For it. Basically, where it's kind of continuing the story of the 4 kids. I just deliberately left it off at a cliffhanger in the end of the last book that I published, and now I'm just working on the next one.
I'm curious. Do you do any short stories, or do you have multiple scripts going at once? Like, what is your method for writing there?
I have a rotation of about 4 to 5 projects at each given time.
Okay.
So right now I'm working on a book that's kind of based on the premise of what if we saw kind of, I guess, the history of a fantasy world from Nazgul type characters who are serving a Dark Lord. Is there's just another worse Dark Lord. It's more like a Lovecraftian goddess who's trying to drown the entire world. There's a book that's kind of my like response to Dragon Age Inquisition.
Oh, really?
Where, yeah, the idea of that one is basically that an ancient angel claws his way out of hell, where he's been in prison for a few thousand years, and joins up with a group of people who have had experienced a lot of demon attacks.
All right.
And there's a major conspiracy throughout the kingdom and a few other kingdoms where these fallen angels have replaced major government leaders.
Okay,
Now they have to
so
figure out. Go for it, sorry.
yeah, I know, because the title Dragon Age Inquisition isn't actually an inquisition in the game, so it's like, oh, they used the wrong term. It's like more like crusade, I guess. I don't know what to call it. It's a weird story. I don't really like it.
Yeah, and even like the dialogue in the story, like just the basic story logic is dumb in that game based on the analysis that you gave. This was
Oh
kind of
yeah,
like,
I'm playing a game, Pathfinder: Wrath of the Righteous, and there's characters in that make the characters in Inquisition look like children. Like the contrast is so strong because you can play as a villain, and most of your party, except for these two, like one's a paladin, the other one's a cleric, they're goody two shoes. They're pretty good is good, right? But everyone else, if you do like bad, like you can become a lich, like you can become really evil. They're like, oh yes, the undead necromancer, how efficient of you. Yes, we'll have an undead army as we kill our enemies and take their bodies. It's like, they're like, this is a great idea. So there's all these evil characters on your side, but because they're intelligently written and so self-centered, they don't give a shit. So you can do whatever, and they're just charming and eloquent and intelligent. It's like, yeah, the commander is doing whatever he wants, raising an undead army. I'm going to be with these whores over here, drinking this fine bottle of wine. You have yourself a great time. Like, it's just that sort of whatever you do. And there's like the hardcore Hell Knight who's like, yes, efficiency, very good. As long as you're adhering to the law, everything's great. Like, there's all these other interesting characters that are so mature. And I'm not saying you're inspired by Inquisition or the game, but I think anyone who plays Inquisition goes, yeah, I can do a better job than that. It's like, yep, for sure.
yeah. Yeah, kind of the idea was there isn't really a religious reaction to this person. And actually kind of the thing that kind of inspired me was like watching the series The Chosen. I don't know where it's on, but I just found it on Amazon Prime. It's just, and I just thought, oh, I could, this is some good elements to it. I could do something like this. And so that's kind of the ideas that kind of came along with that particular story was, okay, so you have a person who shakes up the water religiously. I was able to incorporate a bunch of, at least like plan-wise, incorporate a bunch of elements of like Old Testament, New Testament, etc. That kind of like, okay, these are some of the ideas and some cool events that could happen, or even like at one point the main character fights a giant up a set of stairs and ends up defeating him. That was kind of something that I very much enjoyed writing.
Cool stuff. Good to use your knowledge of the Bible there. That's always cool.
Yeah, especially like kind of elements of like the life of Christ, or the kind of one that I'm particularly excited about writing is kind of a Elijah type story where this lady prophet is called upon to curse the land with no rain because the people have kind of rejected like basic morality and decide. So it's kind of the idea.
All right. Well, it sounds like, whenever you talk to a writer, they do have multiple scripts going. It's not just one. They actually have too many ideas. And you got to write them down and get them out of your head so you could focus on one or two. And you jump around sometimes. I know it's hard to get stuff on the page. But that's good. That's healthy. I would recommend doing a compilation or an anthology, short story anthology book. If you want to focus your plot, so you really want to tighten up your writing, because everyone loves just writing and writing. It's great. It's fun. Nothing wrong with it. But to get refined, to get really focused ideas, I think getting smaller and smaller might be the style you might be looking for, or an experiment you might want to try to see how you can get an idea which is far removed from what you're currently writing off your chest and see how it runs. And I think you might like that, because you probably write like that anyway when you do 1,000 words a day or whatever. And it's like, all right, it's good enough. Stop when I'm hot. Go for a run. Go do some exercises. Come back later. Have some hot chocolate. Whatever you do, and get back to it. Yeah, there's lots of ways of writing. There's no one way. I was just taught in the short story technique because of its speed. And it allows you to jump around creatively. So if you want to do another short story, it's kind of like the difference between painting two pictures, and they're both really small canvases. They're not giant canvases. They're not murals. They're just tiny little pictures. And one's a monkey and the other one's a spaceship. You can do that. It's okay.
Yeah, I did something similar where I just had this idea for a single book that's focused around one battle. And I was like, okay, let's do that. And so I wrote like just a 40K word novel focusing on just a single battle in this Dragon Lord this one universe that I'm working on with. That's basically just an anthology series where each book is about another different generation of dragon riders and how they deal with the individual problems that their generation has to deal with.
Cool. All good stuff. All right. Well, it's getting late. It's almost 10 o'clock here p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Time for me to call it a day. I got stuff to do tomorrow. But glad and happy that everyone could make it. I wish we had more time to talk about other stuff and other people. I know they couldn't all make it Monday. We might have some Smud Talks this weekend. I don't know yet. We'll find out. But today was supposed to be Anime Day. We might do it again tomorrow. Either way, keep the suggestions coming, guys. As always, we do appreciate your time and all the times listening to us over the years. And I'm glad we are still around. Still having a good time chatting it up. And just listening to each other ramble on about, well, not all the time. Sometimes we rant too much, but that's, goes with the territory. So thank you so much. Have yourself a great evening. Thanks, Dunn, for popping in. And, of course, Bad Boy. Haven't seen you in a while, but good to have you in. And Eric for chilling out and having a dandy old time.
Yeah, well, thank you.
All right. Well, good night, folks. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
See ya.